Department's course must be
All right,
for accountability.
y'all, we are in here.
So that
we
the
are
conduct I
live.
just described never
It is
happens
early
again.
in the morning on the West Coast.
The
y'all,
only
and
way to
if you
accomplish
follow me
this
for some
is
time,
through
you know that I'm not a morning
transparency
person, so I'm
for
about
the
as
Congress and
discombobulated
the
as you would
American
expect
people.
me to be on this
Now to
morning.
my friend,
But
Ranking
after
Member
such
Gerber.
a
Thank
contentious
you, Senator
hearing on
Grassley. I appreciate
yesterday
your
with
commitment
Pete
to the Judiciary
Hegseth
Committee's longstanding
for
bipartisan
the
practices for
DOD
vetting presidential
director,
nominees. That was in doubt several
I
weeks
figured I
ago,
would jump in.
but
I've
I
been
spoke
following
to Senator
politics for a long
Grassley, and he
time. Those
assured
of
me
you
that
who
he's
rock
still
with me
personally
know
committed
that.
as I
So I
am
figured I'd
to
jump in
maintaining these
here
practices which we've
and see
established
what's
over
going
the
on
years.
with Pam
Our
Bondi, who
process
is
is
next in
rigorous,
line for
and
Senate
it shows how
confirmation on
seriously members on
today.
both sides of the
She
aisle
is up
take
for
our
her
constitutional responsibility of
confirmation.
advice and consent.
I'm
Ms.
sorry, y'all.
Biondi, thanks for coming to my office last week to discuss your nomination.
Let me just back out of that with the audio because Miss Fig in here. Good morning, Miss Fig. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chiming in. It is early in the morning, y'all. 6:50 a.m. on the West Coast, but I had to get up early or else I would miss out on the Senate festivities. So we got Miss Pam Bondi up for confirmation here before the Senate committee. She's going to do her thing. I don't expect it to be as contentious today as it was on yesterday with Pete Hegseth, where they dug off into his background and his alcohol drinking and his philandering and all kinds of things that they brought up in his confirmation. I thought he handled it well. And after the confirmation, or after the hearing, we got confirmation that he's probably going to get confirmed. So we're happy about that. I don't think Pam Bondi has too much in her past that will surprise anyone who's familiar with this process. She's been the Attorney General of the state of Florida. She has gone through vetting in that process. It's been a public figure for some time. So we kind of know a little bit about Pam Bondi and what's going on. If you follow politics, you know that this should be a pretty easy process for her. But I'm still interested in seeing to it that Trump's nominees are treated fairly. They're not run over by Democrats like they tried to do on yesterday. The pendulum has swung, y'all. And with all the craziness that is going on out here on the West Coast, it is time for some sanity to be reinfused back into the political sphere of this country. Thank you for being here, Miss Fig and Country Roads. Thank you for being here, Lisa Price, sevenfold 777. Lisa Price says she definitely gonna get in. I believe you, Lisa. I don't think there's anything not that I know of in her background that would cause any problem with her confirmation. But you know, Democrats are gonna be Democrats, and they had a bunch of transformers that were active in the last administration. So when I look at this stuff and any kind of opposition that they would want to present, I just shake my head because they tolerated a lot of foolishness that they wanted to impress not only upon the American electorate, but upon our children specifically. And I took particular offense to that you would get out here and try to transform America in such a way that detrimentally impacts our children. I believe that we need to focus more on our children. And for Democrats to attack them in the way that they did with their agenda, knowing that children are frail, children are weak, children are vulnerable. Blue Skies Mom in the building. Thank you for being here, sis. We just rocking out in the morning. I know you out there in New Jersey, so this is not as early for you, but I try to be cognizant of my East Coast supporters. I love y'all to life. And I know that y'all are 3 hours ahead of me. In some cases, folks are way ahead of that. We got some people who follow us from across the pond, so we try to be aware of the situation. Y'all, we're going to jump into this right now. They're just doing their introductory statements, trying to get ready. Then Pam Bondi is going to give her introduction, and then she's going to take some questions from the committee. Now, I believe that John Ratcliffe is coming up today as well. I am anxious for that hearing. I think he's going to cruise through as well. I don't see any real issues, especially with his history as D&I in the first Trump administration. He did a great job. He's a loyal soldier. I don't think there's anything in his background that will come up that will challenge his nomination. He's been active in Congress, so he's been vetted. There's not really much that they can expose on him or hit him with a gotcha. Any of these nominations, y'all, I think the biggest gotcha that you can get if you're a Democrat that you can throw their way is their loyalty to Donald Trump. And that all goes back to the orange man bad narrative. And I don't think America's falling for it anymore, y'all. I don't think the world is falling for it. You see, internationally even, folks is just falling in line even before Donald Trump takes office. Lisa Price says, how far are you from the fires? Lisa, I personally am pretty far. I'm in Northern California, right outside the Bay Area in the Valley. But I do have a daughter who attends the University of California down there, and she's very close. But seems to be unaffected in her particular area. I don't think they're going to let them universities burn. I don't think they're going to let everything else burn. Seemingly, I don't know if it's purposeful or if it's incompetence. Nobody has really been able to put a finger on what has been going on exactly in this case. Now, we know there's been some long-standing incompetence in this state that has led up to this issue. But in this case of this particular fire, where they're continuing to find charred remains of, y'all, they finding bodies. They found a body in Malibu yesterday in a burned out beachfront mansion, multi-million-dollar mansion on the water. Found a dead body inside, charred amongst the rubble. They contacted the owner, and the owner said that, yeah, that was a tenant who was living with me. Yeah, I said, okay, I'm going to heed the evacuation warning. I'm going to get out. Come with me. It was an elderly woman who said, no, I'm not going. She stayed in the house. They found her remains. They haven't released her identity yet, but they are still finding bodies, y'all. And you look at it and you say, this is amazing that a house that is not, it's not by the water, y'all. It's on the water. Like if you dove off the balcony, you would land in the ocean. And you say, y'all gonna let this stuff burn as it is sitting right on the water? Yeah, we're sitting here in California and we are amazed. Thank God I am about a 1 hour flight, 45-minute flight away, about a 5-hour drive away from the foolishness. But rest assured, if you're not in California, you're not from California, rest assured that this problem is statewide. And that's why I've seen in the last 48 hours, some politicians come out and say, hey, we ain't giving California no money. Lest you get rid of that governor, lest you get rid of that mayor, lest you make some real policy changes to that state. And I support that because we need real change, y'all. Things are out of control. And this once great state is now in turmoil. And the fires are only indicative of what's been going on here. Y'all, can we jump into this real quick? I'm going to continue to get myself together as we go into this hearing as Senator Scott is giving his introduction of Pam Bondi. Let's get off in here. He was the governor of Florida at one time, and he knows her well. Let's see what he has to say, and we'll get to her statement following. Let's go.
Crisis. After Democrats spent years weaponizing
Somebody
the
give me a
justice
thumbs up
system
if you can
and the
hear
entire federal
this,
government.
because I want to make sure
They become an
everything is coming
agency that
through
attacks the
okay. Are
American
we
people
good?
instead
Can
of
y'all hear
defending and protecting them.
Rick Scott?
That will change under Pam Bondi. Under her leadership, the DOJ will actually fairly enforce the laws, protect the rights of the American
Thank you,
people,
Ms. Fig.
and keep our nation safe and crack down on
Oh,
violent
Trash
crimes
Buster, Richmond,
and dangerous
California.
drugs.
Hey, my
And the
grandmama
American
lived
people
in
trust her to
Richmond,
do so.
222
I
Ohio
know
Street.
that well because I worked
I know the
alongside
city
Pam
well.
Bondi for 8 years when I was governor of Florida.
Shout out to Richmond.
And she was Florida's elected attorney general. working to improve the lives of Floridians to make Florida the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Pam was an incredible partner, working to keep Florida safe and uphold the laws of our state, ensuring crime is aggressively pursued by law enforcement and prosecutors. President Trump has made clear that one of his top priorities is to reverse the rising rates of crime, and specifically violent crime, that have plagued our communities over the past 4 years. Pam Bondi is uniquely equipped to advance this priority as U.S. Attorney General because she has a proven track record of success in achieving dramatic reductions in crime and violent crime during her time as Florida's Attorney General. From 2010, the year before she took office, to 2018, the last year she was in office, together, Florida experienced a remarkable 26% drop in overall crime, including a 19.6% drop in violent crime and a 27.4% drop in property crime. These aren't just numbers. These are tens of thousands of lives saved and communities improved and made safer and families and businesses protected. As Florida's Attorney General, Pam Bondi also spearheaded other life-saving initiatives like tackling the opioid epidemic and fighting human trafficking. Her achievements are too many for me to list in this short introduction. As U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi will restore law and order to the nation. She'll put Americans' interests first and make the nation a better and safer place. I urge every single member of this committee to support my friend Pam Bondi, and I look forward to voting for her confirmation soon on the Senate floor and help her get to work for the American people. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee. It is an honor for me and a privilege to introduce Pam Bondi, President Trump's nominee to be the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I have known and worked closely with Pam for years, and I'm glad to call her a friend. When Pam was nominated by President Trump, my reaction was, this is a home run. As many of us are, I was only to be outdone by Senator Graham, who described the nomination as a grand slam, touchdown, hole-in-one, ace, hat trick, slam dunk, Olympic gold medal pick, and he's right. As the letter joined by more than 100 former Justice Department officials put it, quote, it's all too rare for senior Justice Department officials, much less attorneys general, to have such a wealth of experience in the day-to-day work of keeping our communities safe, end quote. Pam exemplifies and personifies the Department of Justice's mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our communities safe, and to protect our rights and liberties as Americans. Pam has distinguished herself in a career in public service that has taken her from her small-town upbringing in Temple Terrace, Florida, to a hearing before this esteemed committee. After attending the University of Florida and Stetson University College of Law, she started her career as a local prosecutor in Hillsborough County, Florida. As a local prosecutor for nearly 2 decades, Pam kept her community safe, prosecuting violent criminals, drug dealers, those who had threatened the local community, and those who stood in opposition to the rule of law. Pam's fellow Floridians then elected her to serve as Florida's Attorney General, where she was the first woman in state history elected to that office. As a former state attorney general myself, I can vouch for the deep experience that Pam Bondi has developed from serving in that role. As the chief law enforcement official in her state, she worked with local prosecutors to fight crime, worked to protect our constitutional rights, or the constitutional rights of Floridians, and stood up for the little guy by taking on abuses of power. As Florida's Attorney General, she worked tirelessly to combat the opioid crisis, fighting pill mills, and helping to combat the widespread misuse and trafficking of deadly drugs, including fentanyl, which have devastated families and communities all across our country. She stood up for Floridians in the wake of a 2008 financial crisis, leading to the National Mortgage Settlement Act, resulting in $56 billion in compensation to victims. And after the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, Pam was there and stood up for Floridians by getting $2 billion from the companies responsible. On a more personal note, Pam has always taken it upon herself to help others. She's incredibly generous and someone I could always count on. She's truthful, she's tough, and she's a born leader. She has charted her own course with the rare combination of backbone and heart. The next Attorney General of the United States must restore trust by reversing the weaponization we've seen the last 4 years and refocusing that department to its core mission, administering justice. The next Attorney General must promote the rule of law, take on violent crime, keep our communities safe, and safeguard the God-given rights that each American has protected in our Constitution. I can think of no one more up to that task than Pam Bondi, a career prosecutor and widely respected Attorney General with the prudence, fortitude, and temperance for this incredibly important job. Mr. Chairman, it is truly an honor for me to introduce Pam Bondi to this committee and to our country here today and speak on her behalf. And it's my hope that her nomination will be swiftly confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Now, Ms. Bondi, would you please come forward? And before you're seated, I'd like to administer oath.
All right, y'all,
Would you
here we go.
please, raise your right hand and answer this question. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please be seated and move ahead with your opening statement.
All right, y'all, here we go.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I've had the opportunity to meet with almost all of you, and I greatly appreciate that. I'm grateful to President Trump and to this committee for your consideration to be the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I would not be here without my family. And if you can bear with me for just a moment, a lot of them have made a very long trip, and I wrote them all down so I don't forget anyone. My beautiful mother, I wouldn't be here, a retired kindergarten teacher, would not be here without my mom. As of a week ago, it was 12 years since we lost my dad to leukemia. Feels like 12 days. My amazing husband, John, and his two incredible girls, Collins and Finley. Collins is a senior at University of Florida, and I think all of you on this committee will be very happy to know Finley is in cybersecurity. There's a third who is traveling abroad. I wish she could be here. My amazing father-in-law, David, my sister, Beth, my brother-in-law is home with my niece, my nephews, if you could just raise your hand, Evan, Jake, and soon-to-be niece, Savannah. My brother, Brad, a brilliant lawyer, my sister-in-law, Tandy, and my nephews, Justin, who just got a 4.0 at UVA, Rex, great college tennis player, Brad, great tennis player. Is Rhea here? And my niece, my beautiful niece, Rhea, and the little guy is in school because he's 10. My friends, Leslie, Kathy, Dina, Tiffany, Kim, Paula, and so many of my former coworkers. And Ranking Member Durbin, if you want to get dirt on me, these women have known me since I was a child. Seriously, most of them. So thank you for indulging me in that. They've all made a very long trip to be here. And thank you for holding my hearing as well and not postponing it. I appreciate that. Thank you all. From the moment I interned at the state attorney's office in Tampa, Florida, all I wanted to do was be a prosecutor. The Supreme Court certified me, and I had 4 jury trials while still in law school. Lost most of them, but had 4 jury trials and never wanted to do anything else. I continued my career there, trying everything from DUIs, domestic violence cases, capital murder cases, the whole gamut. I became a lead trial attorney in courtroom every day, trying career criminals, was deputy chief of a division, and then ultimately was felony bureau chief, and eventually left to become Florida's 37th Attorney General for the state of Florida. Nothing has impacted my career more than my experience as a state prosecutor, because I got to know and still keep in touch with many victims and their families from when I was a prosecutor. Upon becoming Attorney General in 2011, I proudly served for 2 terms. I was term limited. I would probably still be there right now had I not been kicked out of office by term limits. I loved being Attorney General. I did my best to keep Florida safe, to continue to stand up for victims of crime, and to fight the opioid crisis and the drug crisis that was not only facing Florida, but this entire country. Out of the top 100, this is one of the things I'm the most proud of, oxycodone dispensers in the entire country, I believe it was 98 of them, 90 or 98 of them, lived in Florida. We fought for tough legislation. Kids were dropping dead every day. We fought for tough legislation, and after that legislation, none of those opioid dealers, doctors, practiced in Florida. We fought to eliminate human trafficking by raising awareness and prevention and talking to parents and talking to children. We also provided critical resources, including safe houses that my state was lacking. On the civil side, we worked to protect consumers. We tackled everything, including off-label prescription marketing, which affects, as you know, many, many people who can't afford prescriptions as well. We partnered with states' attorneys general from both parties and federal agencies across administrations. We went after price gougers during hurricanes. If confirmed as the next Attorney General of the United States, my overriding objective will be to return the Department of Justice to its core mission of keeping Americans safe and vigorously prosecuting criminals. And that includes getting back to basics, gangs, drugs, terrorists, cartels, our border, and our foreign adversaries. That is what the American people expect, and that is what they deserve from the Department of Justice. If confirmed, I will do everything in my power, and it will be my great responsibility to make America safe again. Making America safe again also requires reducing recidivism. We have to fix the Bureau of Prisons, and I am looking on both sides of the aisle. The Bureau has suffered from years of mismanagement, lack of funding, and low morale. I was proud to support President Trump's First Step Act. I think more can be implemented and more can be done on that front. President Trump's leadership on criminal justice reform has demonstrated what is possible when a president is unafraid to do things that have been deemed to be too difficult. We have to reach across the aisle and get solutions for all of these problems. Like the president, I believe we are on the cusp of a new golden age where the Department of Justice can and will do better if I am confirmed. Lastly, and most importantly, if confirmed, I will fight every day to restore confidence and integrity to the Department of Justice and each of its components. The partisanship, the weaponization will be gone. America will have one tier of justice for all. In all this work, I'll collaborate closely with this committee. I will work with all of you as I've committed to do when I met with almost all of you. And I will partner not only with the federal agencies, but with the state and local officials throughout our great country. I look forward to answering your questions today and working together for this country and our Constitution. Thank you, Senators.
I will ask.
And there you have it, y'all. The opening statement. She is giving her background information, her bona fides, letting you know that she's up for the task. She's ready for the job. Some of this stuff is going to come out. Some of these Democrats are going to attack. I don't think they got much on her, but we're going to see what they can dig up, what they can present. Y'all, I nerd out on this stuff. And some of y'all who haven't seen in the chat before. I see some new names here. Thank you for being here. Y'all behave in the chat. We're going to have a good time today. Thank you, Luke C. Thank you, Boosh. Thank you, Lisa Price. Eden Dodd, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. Susan Harris is in here. Y'all, I also have a law degree. If you're new here and you haven't followed me for some time, I am a college graduate with multiple undergrad degrees and a law degree. So I nerd out on this stuff, and I'm glad that y'all could spend some time to rock out with me today. Let's dig into this. They are going to begin to question her, and Democrats going to challenge her. I'm sure the Republicans are going to play with kid gloves and whatnot. We know Grassley is going to take it easy on her, but let's see what the Democrats come with.
The responses I have received so far fall in two categories. First, they weren't answered at all. Second, I received a response, but it didn't fully respond. Said another way, the Justice Department merely sent me words on a piece of paper. So, should you be confirmed, you'll have an obligation to respond even to the minority and consider a letter from them, even if my signature's not on it, as they want information. Will you commit to responding to my oversight requests as well as the requests of other members of the committee?
Chairman, either I or my top staff will personally review the letters and do everything we can to respond to you.
Your tenure as Florida Attorney General was impressive. You fought against pill mills, human trafficking. You eliminated a backlog of rape test kits in state labs. You fought against organized retail theft, and you were known to stand for law and order. With such achievements, it's easy to see why the people of Florida re-elected you in 2014 and why President-elect Trump nominated you to serve as the nation's chief law enforcement officer. So this gives you a chance to tell us on this committee and the people of this country what you're proud of is your record as Attorney General of Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I was truly honored to serve the people of the state of Florida for 8 years, but it was a team effort. I had great people around me, many of whom are in this room today. And we did a lot. We did a lot to fight crime, and I've been reminiscing a lot since I was asked to take this nomination. Opioids, as I talked about, were a top priority right when I took office. When I was running for office, I went through the entire state of Florida. Parents were walking up to me, handing me pictures of their children who were deceased from opioid abuse. After I was elected, I took those pictures and I framed them in my office as a goal of stopping that fight, which I talked about in my opening statement. And if U.S. Attorney General, I'll bring those pictures back out and they will be there to inspire me on the further drug abuse we're facing throughout this country. We also learned that something else was happening. Pregnant women were having babies as a result of being opioid dependent. We call it neonatal abstinence syndrome. We fought to educate mothers. We fought that issue as well. Fentanyl was wreaking havoc in our country, but it was just getting started. I actually fought my own party a bit on scheduling fentanyl because at that time people thought it was something you merely got in the hospital on a patch after surgery. Apples and oranges, and boy, do we all know that now, the difference. Fentanyl is raging throughout our country, and I will do everything I can to fight that with the agencies that fall under the Department of Justice. Human trafficking became a top priority for me as Attorney General. I had the opportunity on a bipartisan trip to go to Mexico, and the one thing I found out there, they were doing better than we were. They had safe houses. I saw things I never dreamed I would see. And all of these things in my past have formed the person I am right now sitting here before you. I came back to Florida. We started a human trafficking council, and we partnered with others, and we expanded and added safe houses in the state of Florida. I don't know how many are in this country right now, but I would like to partner with both sides, if confirmed, to continue those efforts.
I'd like to interrupt you
Yes, sir.
and go to another question. And I'll have another round so you can finish on that point. I'd like to ask you about something that's central to fighting government waste and fraud, the False Claims Act. I want you to know that Attorney General Garland calls me once a year. He called me yesterday to tell me the success of the False Claims Act. Since 1986, when I got it passed and President Reagan signed it, it's brought in $78 billion as of yesterday, his report, $2.9 billion for the year of 2024. Most of that's because of patriotic whistleblowers who found the fraud and brought the cases forward at their own risk. The Supreme Court has long upheld the law's constitutionality, but I want you to know, in your view, is the False Claims Act constitutional? Before you answer that, one time in the 1990s, one of the attorney generals said it wasn't constitutional, and when that same person by the name of Barr was back 5 years ago to be attorney general, he said it was constitutional. So if confirmed, will you commit? Well, answer that first question. Do you think it's constitutional? Would you defend the constitutionality of it?
I would defend the constitutionality, of course, of the False Claims Act,
Okay.
Senator.
Last question, if confirmed, would you commit to continuing DOJ's defense of the constitutionality of it? And will you assure the entire staff and funding levels to properly support and prosecute false claim cases?
Senator, the False Claims Act is so important, and especially by what you said with whistleblowers as well, and the protection and the money it brings back to our country. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your answers, Senator Durbin.
Y'all show Grassley a little grace. He's 91 years old and his mind is still sharp. He up early in the morning. His synapses are firing. The man is on it. He's 91. Y'all give him a little piece of grace, please.
At issue, I believe, in this nomination hearing is not your competence nor your experience. At issue is your ability to say no. More than any other cabinet official, the Attorney General has to be prepared to put the Constitution first and even tell the President of the United States you're wrong. The political danger and personal costs of such a decision are well documented. You have only to ask former Attorney General Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr, whom Donald Trump sacked for lack of loyalty. And so I have three basic questions I'd like to ask you. Most Americans believe that central to the peaceful transition of power in a democracy is the acceptance of the results of an election. To my knowledge, Donald Trump has never acknowledged the legal results of the 2020 election. Are you prepared to say today under oath without reservation that Donald Trump lost the presidential contest to Joe Biden in 2020?
Ranking Member Durbin,
What?
President Biden is the President of the United States. He was duly sworn in, and he is the President of the United States. There was a peaceful transition of power. President Trump left office and was overwhelmingly elected in 2024.
Do you have any doubts that Joe Biden had the majority of votes, electoral votes necessary to be elected president in 2020?
Yes.
You know, Senator, all I can tell you as a prosecutor is from my firsthand experience. And I accept the results. I accept, of course, that Joe Biden is president of the United States. But what I can tell you is what I saw firsthand when I went to Pennsylvania as an advocate for the campaign. I was an advocate for the campaign, and I was on the ground in Pennsylvania, and I saw many things there. But do I accept the results? Of course I do. Do I agree with what happened? And I saw so much, you know, no one from either side of the aisle should want there to be any issues with election integrity in our country.
Facts.
We should all want our elections to be free and fair and the rules and the laws to be followed.
And transparent.
I think that question deserved a yes or no. And I think the length of your answer is an indication that you weren't prepared to answer yes. Have you heard the recording of President Trump on January 2nd, 2021, when he urged the Secretary of State of Georgia to, quote, find 11,780 votes and declare him the winner of that state?
No, I've heard about it through clips, but no, Senator, I've not heard it.
What was your reaction to President Trump making that call?
I would have to listen to the tape, Senator.
Well, the quote that I give you is exact. He said to the Georgia Secretary of State, find 11,780 votes.
Do you have the entire context of
Yeah.
that call? I feel like it was much longer than that and may have
It
been
is.
taken out of
It was
context.
an hour long.
Right.
And you can certainly listen to it. I hope you will. Every American should. As a former prosecutor, are you not concerned that the President of the United States called a state election official and asked him to find enough votes to change the results of the election?
Senator, I have not listened to the hour-long conversation, but it's my understanding that is not what he asked him to do.
You need to listen to it.
This is why
Let me ask
Democrats
the third
lost,
question. Do
and
you
they still
believe that
haven't
the January
realized it.
6 rioters who've been convicted of violent assaults on police officers should be pardoned?
Senator, if confirmed as Attorney General of the United States, the pardons, of course, fall under the president. But if asked to look at those cases, I will look at each case and advise on a case-by-case basis, just as I did my entire career as a prosecutor.
You also advise the president on pardons. That's part of your responsibility as Attorney General. And so I'm asking you, do you believe that those who've been convicted of the January 6 riot, violent assaults on our police officers should be pardoned? That's a simple question.
So, Senator, I have not seen any of those files, of course. If confirmed and if asked to advise the president, I will look at each and every file. But let me be very clear in speaking to you. I condemn any violence on a law enforcement officer in this country.
Stand on business. Let me be
Let me
clear
ask you
talking
about
to
your
you.
work as a lobbyist for Ballard Partners. You did not list your current position as a partner at the lobbying firm, nor the work you've done for your Ballard partner clients, such as lobbying for the country of Qatar for $115,000 a month, and for corporate giants, Amazon and Uber, when you're asked about conflicts of interest. Why do you believe your work as a lobbyist does not constitute potential conflicts of interest?
Well, Senator, first, that was the amount my firm received. I believe multiple people represented the country of Qatar within my firm. My role, and I am very proud of the work that I did. It was a short time, and I wish it had been longer for Qatar, was anti-human trafficking efforts leading into the World Cup, which is something I'd like to talk about later, too. I was registered as FARA, along with many members of my firm. That was the sole portion of my representation for Qatar. Now, if there are any conflicts with anyone I represented in private practice, I would consult with the career ethics officials within the department and make the appropriate decision. I would also like to point out to you, I don't believe that I would be the first Attorney General who has represented and advocated for businesses in their past.
Of course not. And the question is whether you will recuse yourself from any case involving your Ballard clients. One of those clients was the GEO Group, was it not?
GEO, yes.
A private prison company you lobbied for. It manages correctional institutions and detention facilities. The GEO Group has faced criticism for safety violations, inadequate health care, and poor management. The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is GEO's largest source of revenue. Under the Trump administration, GEO stands to earn hundreds of millions of dollars by detaining immigrants if there is this mass deportation. Would you sense any conflict of interest if you're asked to judge the performance of this government contractor?
Senator, I will consult with the career ethics officials within the Department of Justice and make the appropriate decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
forgot. to
That
say
was weak
John's
sauce from
family
the
was South
Democrats.
Carolina.
The upstate, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
We know
give
Lindsay,
you a pass on that.
Mother Lindsay, Sister
Manderson, by the
Lindsay
way.
is weak
So,
too.
Listen, President Trump asked a bunch of us, who would you pick for Attorney General? How many of you got to ask that on our side? Probably didn't ask Dick, but he asked me. I said Pam Bondi. That's like an easy decision. I couldn't think of anybody more qualified that he knew, that he trusted. And it's okay to have, you were his lawyer, right?
Yes, sir. I represented him when they tried to impeach him the first time as part of White House Counsel Office of Special Counsel.
Being Trump's lawyer prepares you for many things. So, yeah, you have a longstanding relationship with the president. He trusts you. That's a good thing. That's probably why President Kennedy picked his brother, Bobby Kennedy. I guess you can say no to your older brother. I'm sure he would. But this idea there's something bad is ridiculous. Who do you pick? You pick people you know. You pick people you trust, people that you're qualified. I'm glad he picked you. He knows you, he trusts you, and you're highly qualified. So the idea that there's something wrong with that is just absolutely ridiculous. So let's talk about the job you're about to have here. Do you support making certain drug cartels in Mexico foreign terrorist organization?
Senator, I personally went to Mexico. I personally dealt with these cartels when I was a state prosecutor, and they are a grave and violent threat
You
to our
consider
country. Yes, Senator.
Advising the president. Good, good. Now, when it comes to Crossfire Hurricane, are those days over if you're Attorney General?
Absolutely.
Okay, Lake and Riley, are you familiar with that case?
Sadly, I am, Senator Graham.
Do you know why the man who killed her was released from custody? He was paroled due to detention capacity at the Central Processing Center in El Paso, Texas. Now, that's not your call. You'll be DOJ. But do you agree with me that the statute regarding parole doesn't allow parole to be based on we don't have detention beds? There's nothing in that statute would authorize parole based on lack of capacity. Are you familiar with that statute?
Yes, sir, and that's frightening.
Yeah, well, it's frightening. Are you going to fix it?
I am going to do everything in my power to fix it
Well,
if confirmed as Attorney
You're going to
General.
advise President Trump we need more beds. Tom Holman's the guy that's going to do this, but would you as Attorney General say we need more bed space so Lake and Riley never happens again?
Senator, my job, if confirmed as Attorney General, will be to keep America safe.
Do you think we
And that
need more
include-
detention space?
And that includes having enough space for violent criminals, for people that should not be in this country who
Yeah.
have committed violent crimes.
To
And
the
Lake and
public.
Lake and Riley is one of many.
Yeah, but 41,000 beds in this country to detain people. We got like millions of people here illegally. We let this dude go because we didn't have any place to put him. I hope those days are over. And if, Tom, you're listening out there, I hope you'll create enough detention space to make sure we don't find this dilemma ever again. Do you think we're at war? And if so, who with?
Oh, Senator, we're at war on so many fronts.
Yes.
Are we
Of
at war
course.
with ISIS?
Of course, we're at war with ISIS.
They're at war with us. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely,
Do
Senator.
you think since our withdrawal from Afghanistan, threats to our homeland have gone up from ISIS?
Yes.
Okay, March 7th, 2024.
I agree,
General
AJ. I agree.
ISIS-K retains the capability and will to attack the U.S. and Western interests abroad in as little as 6 months with little or no warning. That's March of 2024. General McKenzie, ISIS-K has a strong desire to attack the United States after it began to grow in Afghanistan following
I
US
agree,
exit
Bush.
in August 2021. He also stated the threat to ISIS-K is growing. Major General,
Blue Sky's mom, Sir Ma'am, Lindsey Graham.
you agree with that?
Senator, I don't have my security clearance, but from everything I've read and heard, ISIS is one of the greatest threats.
Okay, well, when you get your security clearance, you're going to find out these people are coming after us and they want to kill us. So I would like to have a strategy to deal with the ISIS threat that's beyond just the law enforcement model. Does that make sense to you that we should use every tool in the toolbox?
I can't stand him either, AJ.
Senator, that includes wrapping in our state and local officials too, and better cooperation throughout our country and our world.
I totally agree. Do you support reauthorizing FISA in 2025?
Senator, I believe 702 is up in 2026.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
believe it's
26.
2026, and we will closely be looking at that. FISA is a very
Do you
important
agree
tool.
that the 702 provides important intel gathering capability to protect our nation?
Extremely important.
I believe it was fraudulently used by the
Pam,
FBI.
you're
though.
about to step into
So let's
a
have a
job that's
review.
one of the most important jobs in any democracy. Let's go back to pardons. If I'm a lawyer for somebody in jail, would you promise to listen to the application and read it before you made a decision?
Yes.
Okay, no matter who you are. Good. That's the way it works. People want to bargain with you up here. Will you do this? Will you do that? All I ask you to do is call it as you see it. Hire good, competent people and give the president the best legal advice you can. Run the Department of Justice in a manner that other people would want to join it one day. Growing up, I had a fondness for the FBI. I watched the show, I think it's every Sunday, wanted to be an FBI agent. Right now, the FBI needs an image overhaul.
Thank you so much, Sarah Harris, for your support. We appreciate you being a sponsor of the live stream today. Appreciate you, love you, thank you.
And to make sure that this country is safe from drug cartels that are killing 3,000 Americans every 2 weeks for money, to go after these people and to protect our homeland that's under siege. I think you're the perfect pick at one of the most dangerous times in American history, and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Bundy.
Thank you,
Oh,
Senator.
God,
And thank you
White
for meeting
House.
with me. I greatly appreciate that.
It was a pleasure. Ms. Bundy, you were a courtroom prosecutor for a great many years. As a courtroom prosecutor, did you ever have an enemies list?
No, Senator.
And you went on to be Florida's Attorney General. As Florida's Attorney General, did you ever have an enemies list?
No, Senator.
As Florida's Attorney General, you were responsible for hiring into the Florida Department of Attorney General, correct?
Senator, the Attorney General's office in Florida is the third largest in the state, approximately 1,400 employees and approximately 400 lawyers. Only California and Texas are our bigger offices.
And you were
So,
responsible
yes.
for hiring into that office while you were Attorney General?
Yes.
Would you
Senator.
have hired someone into the Florida Attorney General's office who you knew had an enemies list?
Senator, to cut to the chase, you're clearly talking about Kash Patel. I don't believe he has an enemies list. He made a quote
love
on
Kash
TV,
Patel,
which I
y'all.
have not heard. I saw your sign, or Senator Durbin's sign about Kash, but I know that Kash Patel has had 60 jury trials as a public defender, as a prosecutor. He has great experience in the Intel Department, Department of Defense. I have known Kash, and I believe that Kash is the right person at this time for this job. You'll have the ability to question Mr. Patel.
And I'm
When-
questioning you
when
right
you
now
do.
about whether you will enforce an enemies list that he announced publicly on television.
Oh, Senator, I'm sorry. There will never be an enemies list within the Department of Justice.
Thank you. The FBI's, what is the FBI's role in national security and counterterrorism, and how important is that role?
You know, Senator, I believe now more than ever, counterterrorism is so important and vital in our country. We are facing such incredible threats here and abroad. If I'm sure many of you saw former FBI Director Wray's interview on 60 Minutes, he talked about the threats that, frankly, again, I don't have my security clearance,
Yeah,
but the
but
threats
given that-
facing us, Senator, from China right now that are so great.
Given
The
that-
sleeper cells within our country.
Given that importance, is it responsible to call for shutting down the FBI's counterterrorism and national security work? And will you, as Attorney General, impede or shut down the FBI's counterterrorism and national security work? Two
Senator,
questions.
Senator, I believe that national security is vital right now for our country on so many fronts. I could continue to
And
discuss
the
many
FBI's
others.
role in that,
And the FBI plays a vital role in counterterrorism
which you
throughout
will
our
or will
world.
not shut down.
I will look at each agency. I have no intention of shutting anything down right now, Senator. I am not in that office yet. And if confirmed, I will look at each individual agency and how it should be managed. But counterterrorism right now in our world is vital.
You have said that Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted in the Trump administration. What Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted and why?
I said that on TV. I said prosecutors will be prosecuted to finish the quote, if bad. Investigators will be investigated. You know, we all take an oath, Senator, to uphold the law. None of us are above the law. Let me give you a really good example of a bad lawyer within the Justice Department, a guy named Klein Smith, who altered a FISA warrant, one of the most
Sure
important
did.
things we can do in this country. So will everyone be held to an equal, fair system of justice if I am the next Attorney General? Absolutely. And no one is above the law.
Under what circumstances will you prosecute journalists for what they write?
I believe in the freedom of speech. Only if anyone commits a crime. It's pretty basic, Senator, with anything, with any victim. And this goes back to my entire career for 18 years as a prosecutor and then 8 years as Florida's Attorney General. You find the facts of the case, you apply the law in good faith, and you treat everyone fairly.
And it would not be appropriate for a prosecutor to start with a name and look for a crime. It's a prosecutor's job to start with a crime.
Isn't that what Democrats did to Donald Trump every step of the way? Thank you, Brother Kenny. Appreciate your support, sir.
With the weaponization that we have seen the last 4 years and what's been happening to Donald Trump. They targeted Donald Trump.
Thank you.
They went after him, actually starting back in 2016. They targeted his campaign. They have launched countless investigations against him. That will not be the case if I am Attorney General. I will not politicize that office. I will not target people simply because of their political affiliation. Justice will be administered even-handedly throughout this country. Senator, we've got to bring this country back together. We've got to move forward or we're going to lose our country.
Yeah, I think the concern is that weaponization of the Justice Department may well occur under your tenure. And we want to make sure that that's not the case, that you remain independent. That
That's
you
what
remain
Democrats
able
did.
to and willing to tell the president no when that's necessary.
Oh, you about to
for-
get some of
protect
your
the
own
Constitution
medicine
and the integrity of the
right back
department.
at
So
you.
that's where I'm asking these questions. We talked in the meeting about the contacts policy.
Does anybody in the chat follow Mike Davis on the X platform? He is an attorney who is affiliated with the administration, but he did not take an administrative appointment. He was a clerk for the Supreme Court at one time. He has said on his X platform, and he's letting loose on these Democrats, y'all. He's saying Republicans will not turn the other cheek this time. It's going to be different this time. The way you thought it was, the way it's always been, it's going to be different this time, and you will be prosecuted. He told Letitia James that we will put your fat A in prison. He ain't playing.
And follow the contacts policy.
My time has expired. Thank you, Ms. Bondi.
Senator Cornyn.
Ms. Bondi, your testimony is music to my ears.
Thank you.
One of the things that I have been most concerned about over certainly the last 4 years and extending back during President Trump's administration is the weaponization and politicalization of the Department of Justice, which together with the FBI is one of the most important institutions in this country. If people don't trust that their elected officials will faithfully enforce the law or administer equal justice under the law, they've lost faith in America. And that disturbs me greatly. And I know it does you too, based on what you said. So I'm delighted to hear you say what you have said. But I want to talk about some specific topics. Time is short. First, the border. I believe President Biden and Vice President Harris had presided over one of the biggest humanitarian and public safety disasters in American history. Senator Cruz and I represent a state with 1,200 miles of common border with America. But as you pointed out with fentanyl, what happens at the border doesn't stay at the border. Fentanyl poisoning is the most common cause of death of young people between the age of 18 and 45. We know where it comes from.
Yes.
The precursors come from China. They go to the cartels, they mix them up, make them look like innocuous pills, and young people take them and die. It's just that simple and that tragic. So there's just so much that we could talk about with regard to the border, but you know, I know people voted for President Trump in large part because of his promise to restore security at the border. Will you do everything within your power as Attorney General to enforce the laws on the book, including the President's executive orders, which I anticipate he will be signing on January the 20th when he is sworn in, and help do everything you can and the Department of Justice can is to restore security to our southern border?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
One example is, of course, if you come here to from anywhere in the country and you show up at the border under the Biden and Harris administration policies, you'll simply be released into the interior of the country, either to await a trial date, which may never occur due to the enormous backlog, or you will simply be paroled. And I know parole has a special connotation in the criminal law, but in this context, as you know, it's designed to be administered on a case-by-case basis. Yet President Biden and Vice President Harris had granted parole, that is, released people into the United States on a categorical basis, or anybody who shows up, or because they don't have the detention facilities to keep them. So do you believe Lake and Riley would be alive today if President Biden and Vice President Harris had enforced the law and secured the border?
Senator, he should not have been in our country. And then Lake and Riley would have been alive. And I don't think it's just Lake and Riley. There are so many victims throughout our country. Not only that, we're all familiar with the violent gangs who are coming into our country, walking into our country freely through the open border. The cartels, the gangs, Venezuela's let people out of their prisons. It's been reported. I don't have the security clearance yet to see what's happening, but I know, we all know, there are criminals throughout our country, and it is my commitment to you on both sides of the aisle that I will do everything in my power with the agencies that fall under me if I am confirmed to make America safe again. We have to do that, Senator.
Well, many of us, of course, see classified information on the Intelligence Committee or just generally in our duties as a senator. And so you're not going to feel any better about the blinking lights, the danger that Director Ray has talked about. In my closing moments here, I want to.
Y'all, the enemy is within the gates because of feckless government. They are robbing and stealing and murdering in California. They are murdering in Georgia. They are setting people on fire on trains in New York, y'all. Every state is a border state. Every state is affected because government has allowed it to be so, such that you have enemies of this nation that have imported young men of military age. They dwell among us. They are in our midst. What you gonna do about it? I suggest you arm up. I suggest you prepare yourself, however you might figure you need to do that. Prepare yourself to protect yourself because the government ain't coming. Don't matter whether they shooting at you or whether they setting your house on fire. The government is not coming to save you. No one is coming to save you. You better save yourself. You better do everything in your power in this nation to protect yourself from the enemy who is already allowed inside the gates.
On the record that you will enforce that law and you can support the law as it is written.
Senator, I haven't read the entire 702 in front of you, but I will commit to reading that.
And let me say this before somebody tries to jump in and say, I forgot. Stay prayed up, y'all. But sell your cloak and buy a sword. How about that? Stay prayerful.
National intelligence. Some have argued that in order to query or look at lawfully collected FISA 702 product, that you need to get a warrant requirement in order to show probable cause that a crime, including espionage, perhaps has been committed. But Director Ratcliffe has written that a warrant requirement may not achieve its intended objectives and could hinder national security efforts. Do you share Director Ratcliffe's concerns?
I would read his memo and I will speak to you after I read his memo, Senator.
Well, we need to have I hope you and I can continue this conversation after this because I think there's a lot of misinformation with regard to how Section 702 works. I'm happen to be one of the members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. We read that product on a regular basis, and it is not used to spy on American people. I think what's fundamentally missing is a lack of trust in the intelligence community, including the FBI, which I'm hoping you and Mr. Patel can restore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cornyn is a feckless rhino, and I haven't met anyone in
Thank you.
Texas who likes
Thank you, Mr.
Cornyn
Chair.
at this point.
We had a good meeting this week. Thank you for that. And I appreciated your priorities on human trafficking that you mentioned today, that work, as well as fentanyl and some of your other prosecution experience. We had some similar backgrounds in doing that. And I want to talk about, first of all, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. One of the premier offices in the country. This office has been instrumental in combating violent crime, dismantling street gangs, taking fentanyl off our streets, enforcing civil rights laws after George Floyd's murder, ensuring victims of fraud get justice. Do you agree that it should be a priority to support U.S. attorneys, frontline prosecutors, and case agents who work hard every single day on our streets?
Senator, I think that is one of the most important things in our country right now. And there are so many good men and women within the Justice Department throughout our country, as well as all the law enforcement agencies. Yes, they work very hard and they will be supported.
I'm concerned about some of the proposals that could put cuts in the COPS program, burn JAG programs. I know you're familiar with those. Senator Murkowski and I lead the COPS reauthorization bill. Just will you commit to continue to support those programs?
Senator, I will read everything about those programs because that is a top priority of mine. And I would love to meet with you on that and Senator Murkowski to support law enforcement and those programs.
Thank you. Independence from political interference is vital to the legitimacy and success of the Department of Justice. I was honestly troubled by some of the answers to Senator Durbin's questions. We will continue that discussion, I'm sure, on the committee about the election. But I want to focus on the investigation, charging decisions. As a prosecutor, I'm sure you had this experience. I would get calls from people, hey, that's just a kid, give him a break. And I remember one answer I gave was, he's 40 years old, he's not a kid. But that kind of interference is attempted all the time. And one of my concerns here, whether it's a call from a friend, a corporate lobbyist, a White House, it has been very clear that the attorney generals of both parties have established clear policies to ensure the White House doesn't tamper with criminal investigations and prosecutions. At Attorney General Mike Mukasey's hearing, he made clear that any attempt by the White House, and these are the words, to interfere with a case is not to be countenanced. Any call to a line assistant or to a United States attorney from a political person relating to a case is to be cut and curtailed. Do you agree with this statement?
Senator, yes, I believe that the Justice Department must be independent and must act independently. The number one job is to enforce the law fairly and even-handedly, and that's what will be done if I am confirmed as the Attorney General.
So you will provide an insurance to every member of this committee that the Justice Department will only follow the facts and the law, and the White House will play no role in cases investigated or brought?
Senator.
Oh, you mean like
it
the
will be
Democrats did?
My job, if confirmed as Attorney General, to make those decisions. Politics will not play a part. I've demonstrated that my entire career as a prosecutor, as Attorney General, and I will continue to do that if you confirm me as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America.
In an earlier question, with some of my colleagues talked about China and the risk.
Y'all, she's literally asking her not to do precisely what the Democrats have done under the Biden administration. This is crazy.
Him has referred to the FBI's Intel Division, which is responsible for protecting us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had. And he said that he wants to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. Do you agree?
I have not seen those comments from Mr. Patel. I would review them, but we have to do everything we can to protect our country. Again, Mr. Patel would fall under me and the Department of Justice, and I will ensure that all laws are followed, and so will he.
Okay. There are many decisions made by the FBI director, having seen a number of them do their work, that can be made. While I agree you would be the boss of Kash Patel, I'm not sure that you would be able to intervene with every decision or position that he had or know what he's doing. So let's continue. Do you agree it is a duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes? And will you commit to do even when the president may disagree with an act campaigned against its passage or called for its repeal? President Reagan's AG, William French Smith, said the department policy was the department has the duty to defend an act of Congress whenever a reasonable argument can be made in its support. So I'm specifically referring to the 2022 law that I long led that we passed to empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices, major savings for seniors. Will you commit to defend the law against the lawsuits from Big Pharma?
Senator, I was involved in big pharma cases when I was Attorney General of the state of Florida, and I will commit to protect the laws of the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. That would also, same question, with the Supreme Court is going to be hearing a challenge to the Affordable Care Act's coverage of preventative services. And despite the fact that you twice joined suits to have the entire Affordable Care Act invalidated, will you commit to defending this law?
Yeah, I believe this is very different. It's a very isolated, it's different. It's not the entire Affordable Care Act, but I will, it's pending litigation, of course, within the department.
Since the 1990s, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act has protected patients, providers, and facilities that provide reproductive health services. Will you commit to continuing to enforce the FACE Act to address violence and threats against those providing reproductive health care services?
Senator, the FACE Act not only protects abortion clinics, but it also protects pregnancy centers and people going for counseling. The law should be applied even-handedly. Yes, Senator.
So you'll uphold the enforcement of that law?
I'll uphold the enforcement of the law, Senator.
Okay, and I will ask my antitrust questions in the next round. We had a good discussion about that, and I do appreciate the nominee that has been put in place for the antitrust division, and there's incredibly important work that has to be done in that division. So
Gail
thank
Slater
you.
is remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank all of my colleagues for abiding by the 7-minute rule. Before I call on Senator Lee, I want everybody to plan on our first break would be about 11:50, and that would be 30 minutes for lunch. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bondi, for being here today.
I too share the assessment that Gail Slater is great. Had a great meeting with her yesterday. And just thrilled that you're here and that you're willing to serve.
I like Mike
I'd like to
Lee.
talk to
He's
you,
a nerd.
as a longtime lawyer and one who has handled a variety of criminal matters about the Fourth Amendment. What can you tell us about the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement and why it's so important?
Well, the warrant requirement is so important, which I've dealt with that since I was in my 20s as a state prosecutor. A warrant is so important because it protects citizens' rights, and that's why it's so important.
And it does that specifically because under the Fourth Amendment, you're required to go to a judge and you're required to show a judge evidence providing probable cause. And based on that probable cause, you can describe with particularity the things or persons to be searched or seized. And on that basis, the judge may issue or not issue the warrant, but without it, you can't get it. Now, this is time consuming, no doubt, right?
Oh, I've done many of them. Yes, it's very time consuming, Senator.
And there's probably not a law enforcement officer anywhere in the world who wouldn't acknowledge that they could save time if they didn't have to go about it. And yet we require it. Why is that so important that we do it?
Well, it's so important for the reasons you just laid out. When I said I've done many of them, I've approved them and not approved them as a state prosecutor, because law enforcement, there are checks and balances, and law enforcement must bring these warrants to prosecutors to see if there is sufficient evidence. Then after that's done, they have to take them to a judge to have a judge sign them. So there have to be sufficient checks and balances throughout our system.
So even after you as Attorney General, as the chief law enforcement officer and prosecutorial authority in the state of Florida approved it within your office, you still had to go to the judge. And if it was late at night, early in the morning, didn't matter when, you had to find a judge.
All hours of the night. That was more when I was a state prosecutor. As Attorney General, the office of the statewide prosecutor, Nick Cox, would have done that many, many times at all hours throughout the night and woken up many, many judges throughout the state of Florida.
Is there an exception to the warrant requirement that exists anytime it would be inconvenient for prosecutors or anytime national security might be involved?
I'm not certain about national security, but absolutely no for a state
Right.
prosecutor.
Yeah. There's
No exception.
There's no catch-all exception that just says this is important or it would be inconvenient for the prosecutor, and with good reason.
Right.
We've learned through sad experience over many hundreds of years, not only in our own country, but also in that of our mother country, what happens when you don't have this in the loop. So you've been asked today a little bit about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. There are those who have repeatedly assured members of this committee, including myself, that don't worry, content of phone calls or electronic communications involving American citizens, sometimes resulting in the quote unquote incidental collection of American citizens' private conversations. Don't worry, their Fourth Amendment rights are just fine. And yet, when they incidentally collect the communications of American citizens, either because they're perhaps unwittingly talking to somebody who might be an agent of a foreign power and themselves under 702 surveillance, they get onto this big database. And at times, there are those in the government, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have gotten into that database and done so, of course, without a warrant because there currently is no warrant requirement. This has the effect of what we call a de facto backdoor warrantless search. Would you agree with me that that is potentially concerning anytime an American citizen's private conversations are intercepted, stored, whether as an incidental collection or otherwise, they ought not be searched without some kind of probable cause showing? I assume you'd agree with me on that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's important. Sometimes people will defend that by saying national security is involved, as if that's the beginning and the end of the inquiry. That has never been the case. And I hope and pray it never will be the case, because that's not what the Fourth Amendment says, not what it does, not what it ever can be. So it's my sincere hope that the next time FISA 702 comes up for reauthorization, Congress finally do what it has been avoiding for a long time, which is to ensure that this doesn't happen. We've heard again and again from people who, if you're confirmed to this position, will soon be your predecessors, prior occupants of the position to which you've been nominated.
I'm glad you caught that, AJ. I love his linguistic cadence. He's a nerd.
Good systems in place. Don't worry, it's as good as a warrant requirement, the internal approval procedure that we have within our system. And yet we found out time and time again that this has happened by some accounts, hundreds of thousands of times. These things have been accessed where searches for an American citizen's private communications that have been intercepted and stored through incidental collection have been searched without those safeguards being met, including instances where people just wanted to check on, to cite one example, whether his father was cheating on his mother, or in other instances, doing background checks on someone looking to lease an apartment that he owned and was looking to rent out. This is unacceptable, and we've got to fix it. Speaking of unacceptable, we have seen over the last few years the weaponization of government, specifically within the Department of Justice, against law-abiding Americans. Law-abiding Americans whose offense was something along the lines of, them exercising their constitutional rights, ranging from Catholics attempting to practice their faith, to parents showing up to school board meetings, to people showing up to engage in peaceful protesting outside of abortion clinics. As Attorney General, how will you prevent the weaponization of the Department of Justice against Americans?
And Senator, you just gave the classic example of what's been happening regarding the weaponization. Going after parents at a school board meeting has got to stop. For practicing your religion, sending informants into Catholic churches must stop.
What about branding parents as domestic terrorists or trying to incarcerate one's political opponent as a sitting president of the United States?
Will stop, must stop. Your Senator.
It is exactly the sort of answer I was hoping and expecting to receive from you, and I look forward to doing everything I can to help get you confirmed. I've been pleased with your answers thus far. I've enjoyed knowing you, considering you a friend for many years, and look forward to the great things you will do as Attorney General of the United States. You have my emphatic support and my vote.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to your family
Thank
and
you.
supporters, thank you for your service. And I look forward to our conversation.
I hope at some point somebody appoints Michael Lee to the Supreme Court of the United States. He is eminently qualified, and I just love the guy.
In the best interest of the American people and the character and integrity to conduct your job, and yours in particular, with the independence that the role requires. You demonstrably have the relevant experience. I understand we will not see eye to eye on some or even many policies, but we had a constructive conversation last week about our shared interest in fighting the opioid epidemic, countering human trafficking, criminal justice reform, and supporting law enforcement. But I need to know that you share a core value, ensuring the Department of Justice remains free from partisan or political influence, in particular by the White House. So I look forward to our discussion about that today. As Attorney General, if confirmed, who would be your client?
My oath would be to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. The people of America would be my client.
Good
That
answer.
is also my job to advise the president. My client are the people of America.
A simple question of constitutional interpretation. Is President-elect Trump eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
No, Senator, not unless they change the Constitution.
Thank you. One of the concerns I've raised with you is safeguarding the Department of Justice's independence in the face of some promises on the campaign trail by then candidate Trump that he would use the department to target his political adversaries, or that he might interfere with prosecution. What would you do if your career DOJ prosecutors came to you with a case to prosecute, grounded in the facts and law, but the White House directs you to drop the case?
Senator, if I thought that would happen, I would not be sitting here today. That will not happen, will not happen. Every case will be prosecuted based on the facts and the law that is applied in good faith, period. Politics have got to be taken out of the system.
I
This
agree with
department
you.
has been weaponized for years and years and years,
But let
and
me,
it has
if
to
I might,
stop.
thank you. Let me, if I might, Madam Attorney General, refer you back to Senator Durbin's opening comments about previous attorneys general, our former colleague, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr. I don't think it's credible to say that it may never happen that the president-elect would direct an unethical or illegal act. I think both of those attorneys general.
Can I be petty for a second, y'all? I would never trust a man who wears his hair like that. The old school George Jefferson wraparound situation with the ball. No, bro. I started thinning at 23 and took it all off. Make a decision. Pick a struggle. Don't do this. Never trust a man who wears the wraparound fade situation.
Ethics or law. What will you do?
Senator, I will never speak on a hypothetical, especially one saying that the president would do something illegal. What I can tell you is my duty, if confirmed as the Attorney General, will be to the Constitution and the United States of America. And the most important oath, part of that oath that I will take, are the last 4 words, so help me God.
Given the importance of that oath, I hope you can understand the importance of repeated questions from some of us about the importance of having independence in the Department of Justice. It has a long tradition of independent special prosecutors, especially to handle high-profile or often political cases. If you got credible evidence of a criminal violation by a White House official, including even the president, would you bring in a special prosecutor?
Senator, that's a hypothetical. I can tell you what I do know is special prosecutors have been abused in the past on both sides. We have seen that for many, many years. They have cost the taxpayers countless dollars, countless. And I will look at each situation on a case-by-case basis and consult the appropriate career ethics officials within the department to make that decision.
Special
Attorney General,
prosecutor
do you
Matt
think
Gates.
special counsels need to be confirmed by the Senate?
I will follow the law and I will consult with the appropriate ethics officials regarding the law. Right now, they do not need to be Senate confirmed, of course.
But you did sign an 11th Circuit brief arguing that they should be.
I will follow the law, Senator. That's why I said that.
Understood, but I was just getting to the clarity about the difference between a
Absolutely.
position you've advocated and what the current law is. Thank you for that. Look, bluntly, to me, refusing to answer a hypothetical when there is clear and concrete previous history raises some concerns for me. I think Chris Wray has done an outstanding job as FBI director at avoiding political pressure. And although he was chosen by President Trump, he's being driven out so that he can be replaced. My perception, I've not yet met with Mr. Patel, by a loyalist who has publicly said he will do what the president asks him. Given that Attorney General Barr was asked to go find evidence of election interference and improprieties, went and looked for the evidence and said, I can't find any, and was then dismissed. I'm just going to ask you one last time. Can you clarify for me that in following ethics and the law, you'd be willing to resign if ordered to do something improper?
Senator, I wouldn't work at a law firm. I wouldn't be a prosecutor. I wouldn't be Attorney General. If anyone asked me to do something improper and I felt I had to carry that out, of course I would not do that. That's one of the main things you learn when you're a young prosecutor is to do the right thing. And I believe that has continued with me throughout my very long career.
As we discussed, protecting American invention and innovation, American intellectual property, is a real concern of mine and of several others on this committee. I look forward to talking with you about that pressing concern. But the most important question I had for you today is whether you will be willing and able to stand up to politicization and interference in the Department of Justice. And I look forward to further clarification from you about the specifics of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
Nice try, little man.
Senator
Didn't lay a
Cruz will
glove
be
on her.
next, but he's not here, so I call on Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, he's always a good time.
Ms. Bondi, welcome. Congratulations. Can we agree that legitimacy is important to America's criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
Can we agree that legitimacy is important to the Department of Justice, which in part administers our criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
And if Americans come to believe that our criminal justice system or our Department of Justice is acting illegitimately, that makes Americans less likely to accept the results of that system, does it not?
Yes, Senator.
And that makes Americans less likely to follow the substantive laws that we pass that are administered by the Department of Justice. Isn't that true?
Yes, Senator.
And if that happens, we have chaos, don't we?
Chaos.
And the social contract is breached, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember a person by the name of Michael Avenatti?
Yes.
Several years ago, he was a media star here in Washington.
An attorney, correct?
Yes.
Sure was. Stormy Daniels' lawyer.
He was a media star.
He's currently in prison.
And many members of our media loved him because he persistently bashed Donald Trump. And he was on TV every day. He was on CNN more than Wolf Blitzer. Do you know where Mr. Avenatti is today?
Sure
I
do.
believe he's sitting in prison, Senator.
He's in jail because he was a crook. And the Department of Justice helped put him there, didn't it?
Yes, Senator.
Do you remember a gentleman by the name of Sam Bankman-Fried?
Sure do.
Yes, Senator.
FTX.
Boy genius.
Allegedly.
So smart and so powerful that he thought he could command the tides. So smart and so powerful and so rich that he would go to meetings with serious people like Bill Clinton, like Tony Blair, looking like a slob, looking like a fourth runner-up to a John Belushi lookalike contest.
Oh, we knew he was going to bring it,
He
didn't
thought
we?
it was cute. Where's Mr. Bankman-Fried today?
I believe he is in prison, and I
Sure
believe that's
is.
from the Netflix series I saw as well.
Mhm. Because he's a crook. And who helped put him there?
The Department of Justice, Senator.
Can we agree that there's some really, really good men and women at the Department of Justice?
Many, many great men and women in the Justice Department, as well, Senator, as all the law enforcement agencies that fall within the Department of Justice. They're out there risking their lives, especially the law enforcement officers, every single day.
Can we agree, though, that there have been and may be today some bad people at the Department of Justice?
Yes, Senator.
We don't know for sure because for the last 4 years, the curtains there have been tightly drawn. But I think a minority of people there have delegitimized America's criminal justice system. The most destabilizing act that I saw in the past 4 years, maybe in the history of the department, is when Attorney General Garland decided on the basis of dubious facts and untested legal theories to criminally prosecute a former president of the United States. And And not only that, this is the special part.
Talk about it.
He decided to do it after the former president of the United States had announced that he was going to run against Attorney General Garland's boss, didn't he?
Senator, are you referring to going after a political opponent?
I think so.
I think so too.
Now, this is one person's opinion. That kind of stupid takes a plan. And I say that because, number one, this is America. That had never happened before in America. That's the sort of thing that happens in a country whose Powerball jackpot is 287 chickens and a goat. It doesn't happen here. And I call it stupid because it broke the seal. It broke the seal.
Yes.
It normalized it.
Yes.
There are a lot of ambitious prosecutors in America, Democrat and Republican. And I'll bet you right now there's some prosecutor in a particular state thinking about, well, maybe I ought to file criminal charges against President Biden's inner circle for conspiring to conceal his mental decline. And that's the road we're headed down. And you've got to fix it,
Yes.
Counselor. You've got to fix it. And here's what, in my judgment, what I would ask you to do. Find out who the bad guys are and the bad women and get rid of them. Find out who the good people are and lift them up.
Yes.
But do it on the basis of facts and evidence and fairness. Because the temptation of some people is going to be, they're going to tell you, look, two wrongs don't make a right,
Mm-hmm. Democrats.
but they do make it even.
I like that.
Don't resist that temptation. Help us restore legitimacy to the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Senator.
They do make it oh God,
Thank
not
you, Mr.
Blumenthal.
Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Bondi, and to your family.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you for visiting with me in my office. And I have to say,
He's one of the worst, y'all.
I'm sympathetic always to a former attorney general, particularly having been one myself. But I am, I have to say also, really troubled, deeply disturbed by some of your responses and non-responses to the questions that you've been asked today. You say the right things, that you're going to be the people's lawyer. That's what you have to say to be here. But I believe being the people's lawyer means you have to be able to say no to the President of the United States. You have to speak truth to power. You have to be able to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You dodged that question when you were asked directly by Senator Durbin. You have to be able to say that January 6th insurrectionists who committed violence shouldn't be pardoned. You have to be able to say that a nominee for the FBI director who says he has an enemy list, and that's just the beginning of what he has said in terms of politicizing, deeply weaponizing the FBI against political opponents, that he shouldn't be the FBI director. You know, we have some history here with your predecessors, Barr, Sessions, and others, who perhaps sincerely, when they sat where you are now, said that they would say no.
But the rhinos, Barr
they
and
were
Sessions.
working with a president that expected them to be his Roy Cohn, his personal attorney. Do you really think that you can avoid the disgrace that they encountered or the repercussions from the White House if you say no to the president? And so my question to you is, can you say no to the president of the United States when he asks you to do something unethical or illegal?
Senator, first, I need to clarify something that you said, that I have to sit up here and say these things. No, I don't. I sit up here and speak the truth. I'm not going to sit up here and say anything that I need to say to get confirmed by this body. I
Go
don't
ahead,
have to
sis.
say anything. I will answer the questions to the best of my ability
Well,
and
let
honestly.
me ask you,
Talk your
an
talk.
individual who says that he is going to, quote, come after, end quote, people he alleges, quote, help Joe Biden rig the presidential elections, that he has a list of people who are part of this deep state who should be prosecuted, that he's going to close down the FBI building on his first day in office. Is that a person who appropriately should be the FBI director? Aren't those comments inappropriate?
Y'all, they
Shouldn't
shooting
you
at Cash
disavow them
Patel during
and
her
ask him to
confirmation.
recant them?
Senator, I am not familiar with all those comments. I have not discussed those comments with Mr. Patel. What I do know
Well,
is
I'm
Mr.
asking you
Patel,
for your
excuse
view.
me, what I do know is Mr. Patel was a career prosecutor. He was a career public defender defending people. And he also has great experience within the intelligence community. What I can sit here and tell you is Mr. Patel, if he works with running the FBI, if he is confirmed, and if I am confirmed, he will follow the law if I am the Attorney General of the United States of America, and I don't believe he would do anything otherwise.
Well, let me just submit.
Do y'all see what they cooking up here? They're going to try to take Cash Patel's head off. This is going to be interesting.
That those comments are inappropriate and that you will ask him to disavow or recant them when he comes before this committee, because they are indeed chilling to fair enforcement and the rule of law. Let me ask you on another topic. When we met, I welcomed your support for the goals of the Kids Online Safety Act. And Senator Blackburn and I have spent a lot of time, devoted a lot of effort to the passage of the Kids Online Safety Act, which happened by an overwhelming vote of 91-3, 72 co-sponsors, including Vice President-elect Vance. I appreciated our discussion and your support for protecting kids online when we met last week. I'm hopeful that this area is one where we can work together. Can we count on your support in working together to protect kids online?
Senator, absolutely, and thank you for that legislation, and Senator Blackburn. I believe in this world right now, we have to find the things we have in common, and that is certainly one of them, Senator, protecting our children from online predators. You've done so much on that front, and I thank you. I attempted to do that as well when I was Attorney General, but I am committed to working with you on anything we can do to protect our children throughout this country. When I was Attorney General, we started something called From Instant Message to Instant Nightmare, and educating parents about online predators. And that also, Senator, is one of the core functions of the FBI, the cyber unit. They sit there, these agents sit there all day long and investigate child predators. We tell parents constantly, you think
Ms.
you're
Bondi,
talking to another
I
child,
apologize.
and you're
I'm
not.
going to interrupt you. I welcome
Sure.
your positive response. I have
Oh,
one
go ahead.
more question.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second, sir, because you are a liar and a fraud. These Democrats have done nothing, y'all, to protect children. This is all fraudulent. It's all fake. It's all bluster. I live in California, y'all. It is the Wild West out here, and let me tell you, y'all might think that the fires are the worst of it because they've sucked up the news cycle for the last week or so. But these Democrats over the last 4 years of this Biden administration have been on the attack for the minds of our children, for the souls of our children, such that Gavin Newsom signed into law that when these pink and blue and green and purple-haired teachers influence your child in this state to say, oh, I'm going to be a transformer. Yeah, I may act a certain way at home because you take me to Sunday school and you treat me a certain kind of way. But when I go to school, I'm going to take my little dress into the bathroom and I'm going to change into my situation. I'm going to tuck it up under. And I'm going to be a whole different person at the schoolhouse because that's what my teachers are influencing me to be at this vulnerable stage of my development. Gavin Newsom signs into law that if the school, anyone in the school tells the parent that that is occurring, it is against the law. And that teacher, that person, that administrator can be prosecuted for that. So when these Democrats get up here and try to tell you that they have done anything to protect children, it is a bald-faced lie. Thank you, Urban Southern Cookie, for your support. I appreciate you, sis.
For and on the payroll of Qatar. Would you mind going back and repeating what you said in case people did not hear the involvement of your law firm and precisely what you were doing for the government of Qatar?
Yes, Senator, I was very proud of that work. It was anti-human trafficking in advance of the World Cup, and human trafficking has been something that's been very important to me my entire career, especially when I was Attorney General of the
And you
state
also
of
made
Florida.
it clear that you had a number of practitioners within the firm working on it. So this narrative that you were getting $115,000 a month from Qatar is correct or not?
Not correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about, well, first off, I want to go back. You should be happy that so many comments have been directed towards Kash Patel, whose confirmation I am supporting. In fact, I'm meeting with him today because that means they're out of stuff for you.
Facts.
So if it comes up again, you will once again know that you've got a great reputation and a great resume, and they are just trying to find things to put your integrity into question.
100%.
You have answered the question repeatedly that that you will be loyal to the Constitution and you will live up to the oath to the Constitution and to protecting the American people. And I think Mr. Patel, when he becomes here, he'll be able to get rid of the myth in the same way that you did as a lobbyist for Qatar. He'll be able to get rid of that list of the enemies, be able to deal with the enemies list, and the marketing department for your opposition is going to have to come up with new material because that stuff is getting old. Section 702, you heard Senator Lee talk about some concerns that he has with 702. I believe it's one of the most important things that you can do early into your confirmation. You will be confirmed, and hopefully with some Democrat support, that there have been dramatic reforms to 702. I've sat through an extensive presentation to try and make sure that the abuses never occur again and that you have a throat to choke if somebody abuses the protocol that's in place. I believe that we need to codify a lot of that. As a matter of fact, when I went through it, I felt like there were so many blinding flashes of the obvious. How could this not have already been a part of the approval matrix? So can you, after you're confirmed, commit that you or a designate will come back and provide for this committee an update on all of the protocols that have changed and recommended legislation for codifying so that when we do go to reauthorization, we'll have what we need to make sure that that program stays in place?
Senator, I or a designee will review all of 702 before it terms, of course, in 2026 and come back and report to you on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you. You have a great perspective with your time in the state and working with the Department of Justice. Give me an idea of things that we need to do better in terms of, and I'm talking primarily in the law enforcement role. I think many people don't understand the joint task forces, the law enforcement efforts that are going every single day in every one of our states. What an incredible job they do. So can you give me some sense of things that you would look at to say, maybe we could do it better from your perspective of having been a prosecutor in Florida?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, having been a career prosecutor, I think I have a unique perspective because I was a state prosecutor, of course, prior to becoming Attorney General. So I worked on a daily basis with local law enforcement and state and federal, not daily with federal, but I worked consistently with state, local, and federal. Then when I was Attorney General, I worked with all three as well. I feel like we have to have better coordination among all our agencies, especially given all the terrorism issues that we've discussed earlier in this hearing. We have to wrap in and communicate better with our local and state law enforcement officers throughout this country. There are so many great men and women in law enforcement, and we have to, I don't know exactly how yet, but we have to figure out a better way to work together with the federal authorities.
Thank you. And I'm going to do a second round as well, but I think I also checked the bingo card for election denier. There were some people, that seemed to suggest that you were denying the election. I think that you said that President Biden is our president.
President Biden is the president of the United States of America, and President Trump will be the 47th president.
But I think you made a point that, or at least I inferred from a comment that you made, a very important point. Folks, there are election improprieties in every election. The question is a matter of scale and whether or not you can prove it. We've seen it in North Carolina and seen it in other places. It's one of the reasons why I support voter ID, because we want to make elections easy to vote and hard to cheat. But the fact of the matter is people are cheating. So if anybody on this dais suggests that there aren't irregularities in every election, then they need to spend more time at home and really studying the facts. I don't think, though, that you've said that Biden is an illegitimate president. In fact, I think you said just the opposite. He is the president of the United States, and President Trump will be the next president, right?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing before the second round, January 6th. A lot of people are going to say you're going to have a rubber stamp for letting people have pardons or recommending a pardon for people who did violence to law enforcement. I'm not going to ask you a hypothetical because I want you to be consistent and not answering them. But I have to believe, as a member, I was the last member out of the Senate on January the 6th. I walked past a lot of law enforcement officers, who were injured. I find it hard to believe that the president of the United States or you would look at facts that were used to convict the violent people on January the 6th and say it was just an intemperate moment. That I don't even expect you to respond to that, but I think it's an absurd and unfair hypothetical here, and you probably haven't heard the last of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I call on Senator Hirano, after her and Cruz's testimony, then we'll take a lunch break, and that break will be for 30 minutes. And I can't control when my senators come back, but I expect you to be back after 30 minutes, and I'll be here.
Yes,
And-
Chairman.
And then I may leave the meeting to open the Senate, so whoever's on our side is acting chairman during that period of time. Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of my responsibility to ensure the fitness of all.
I think Mazie Hirono is probably the most unintelligent senator that we have. Something about her presentation just doesn't sit well with me. I don't think she is intellectually capable, although the people of Hawaii put her in place, so they must believe something. But hopefully, y'all, they will cut to Marco Rubio's confirmation hearing when they take a break in this hearing, and we can continue to go on. Otherwise, if they just don't have anything and they just start cutting the Fox News coverage, maybe I will just take a break and then come back once their break is over. They're going to break for lunch. So we'll take it on the fly right now. We'll improv, y'all.
Nominees are lacking in at least one of these two requirements. Ms. Bondi, your experience as a prosecutor is the kind of thing we would expect to see in a nominee for Attorney General, but I do have questions and concerns about potential conflicts of interest, about whether you will keep DOJ's law enforcement responsibilities independent of the president's political whims, and about whether you will let facts and evidence guide your decisions. So let's start with the importance of facts, which you say is important. Ms. Bondi, we want an Attorney General who bases decisions on facts. So I want to ask you a factual question. Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
Ms. Bondi, you know that there is a difference between acknowledging it and, I can say that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. I may not like it, but I can say it. You cannot say who won the 2020 presidential election. Okay. It's disturbing that you can't give voice to that fact.
Look at that stare, y'all. She just
Moving
looking
on
at her.
to, DOJ's independence from
She just
politics.
looking at her.
Ms. Bondi, if you are confirmed as Attorney General, you will take an oath to the Constitution and not to any individual, including the President. To start, I'd like to know whether you agree with some of the statements President-elect Trump made during the election, during the campaign. First, are the felons convicted of breaking into the Capitol on January 6th hostages or patriots, quoting the Trump, as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly? Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
I just familiarized you with that statement. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm not familiar with it, Senator.
Okay, no answer. He has also said illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our nation. He said that in December 2023. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I am not familiar with that statement, but what I can tell you is I went to the border a few months ago. I went to Yuma, Arizona, and what I saw at that border was horrific, Senator. It was horrific.
Ms. Bondi,
I went to a rape
that-
crisis center.
That
If
is
I could
not my
finish,
question.
I went to a rape crisis center. Well, I'm not familiar with the statement, but I
get
went to a
to
rape
the
crisis
next-
center.
let
I
me
met
get to
with
the
Border
important-
Patrol
I have?
agents. I'm sure you've been to the
Ms.
border
Bondi,
as well, so
I
you
want to
could
get
answer
to my
that.
next question. So.
She said, I'm sure you've been to the border as well.
I believe that you
Bomb
responded
chucker.
to a question from Senator Whitehouse, and let me get your response again. You said that the White House, if I'm putting words in your mouth, correct me. Oh, you said that the White House will play no role in investigative or charging decisions in the DOJ. Is that correct?
Senator, what I said is that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted.
What role will the White House have in investigative or prosecutorial decisions of the DOJ?
It is the Department of Justice's decision, Senator.
So that sounds to me that you're saying that the White House will not have any kind of role. Meanwhile, though, you have an incoming president who said, I have the absolute right to do what I want to do with the Justice Department. And in fact, President-elect Trump considers the DOJ to be his law firm. I ask you this. If President-elect Trump asks, suggests, or hints that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived political enemies, would you do so?
Senator Hirono, I wish you had met with me. Had you met with me, we could have discussed many things and gotten to know.
I am
you could
listening
have
to
gotten
you
Get her.
now.
know me.
Could you respond
Get her.
to the question?
Yeah, you were the only one who refused to meet with me, Senator. But what we would have discussed is that it is the job of the Attorney General to
I'm very
follow
happy to
the
listen to your
law.
responses under oath, Ms.
Spank
Bondi.
her
So
publicly.
I think it's really important to us that the Attorney General be independent of the White House. And you have a president-elect who considers the AG's office his law firm. I would like to know whether if the president suggests, hints, asks that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived enemies?
Hawaii should be ashamed.
Senator, I
do.
certainly have not heard the president say that. But what I will tell you is 2/3 of Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice. And it's statements like that, I believe,
Ms.
that make
Bondi,
people continue to lose faith. If I am confirmed as Attorney General, it will be my job to
getting on
not
to my
only
next
keep
question, you're
America
not
safe,
responding.
but restore integrity to that department.
Why don't we
And that's
move
what
on
I
to
plan
something
on
that
doing
you said?
every single day as Attorney General.
On August 25th, 2025, on Fox News, you said, when Republicans take back the White House, the Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones, the investigators will be investigated. Ms. Bondi, is Jack Smith one of those bad prosecutors that you will prosecute as AG?
Yes. Yes.
Senator, you hesitated a bit when I said the bad ones. Every decision will
Sometimes
be
badness
made
in the eyes
dis-
of the beholder. I'm just asking whether you would consider Jack Smith
I
Senator-
to
would.
be one of the people. How about Liz Cheney?
Yes.
Senator,
How about Merrick Garland?
I am
Absolutely,
not going to answer
100%.
hypotheticals.
Keep
No
going.
one has been
You
prejudged.
know who the demons
or
are.
nor will
I
anyone
am
be
asking whether
prejudged if I am
these are the
confirmed.
kind of people, these are in fact the people that you would prosecute.
Call those devils
Your
by
time
name.
is up. Would you like to?
My time is,
Would you like to
Mr.
respond?
Chairman, she is clearly not going to answer that question, so let me get on to,
Would you like to?
I do have
I'd love to
questions for the second round.
You'll have a second round. Would you like to speak before I call on Senator Cruz?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Man, clear your
Senator
throat,
Cruz.
man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, welcome. Thank you for
Thank you.
your long career in public service, and thank you for your willingness to take on this incredibly important office.
Come on, Lion Ted, give us something.
You know, I
this
have
morning.
to say, I don't know that there is a more important position in this new administration than the position to which you have been nominated, Attorney General of the United States. I thought the exchange just a moment ago with Senator Hirono was illustrative. She asked you how you would respond
That's a good word, Ted.
if the
I like
president asked you to target his political enemies. It's rather striking because it's not a hypothetical. It has happened over the last 4 years. And I think perhaps the most tragic legacy of the Biden-Harris administration has been the politicization and the weaponization of the United States Department of Justice. And we don't need to ask hypothetically because Joe Biden publicly mused and allowed the New York Times to report it, calling on Merrick Garland, why will he not prosecute Trump more quickly? And Merrick Garland, sadly, he sat in that chair and promised to be apolitical, and he broke that promise almost the instant he walked into the Department of Justice.
True.
If you look on the west pediment of the Supreme Court of the United States, just above the entrance, there's a simple yet profound four-word phrase, equal justice under law. We have seen over the last 4 years a Department of Justice that systematically targeted the political opponents of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that systematically protected his friends and allies. And it is tragic to see the loss of confidence in the American people, in the Department of Justice, and in the FBI. I would note, I don't think there's an institution in America who has lost more respect from the American people than the FBI has in the last 4 years.
Facts.
That is a grotesque violation of the obligation of the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I want to start with just a very simple question. If you are confirmed as Attorney General, will you pledge to fairly and faithfully uphold the law regardless of party?
So help me God.
Amen. Look, and I want to be clear for folks at home. I don't want a Republican Department of Justice. I don't want a Democrat Department of Justice. I want a Department of Justice that follows the damn law. And I think the American people do too. That shouldn't be too much to expect. Now, I'm grateful to President Trump for nominating you. I think on any objective level, you're clearly qualified for this position. You have been a prosecutor for decades. You have been the elected Attorney General of the state of Florida, the third largest state in America, for 8 years. Let me ask you, in terms of your practice, how many criminal cases over the course of your career have you personally handled?
Handled thousands.
How many of those were before a jury?
Hundreds. I don't want to overstate, but hundreds. I was in a courtroom for many years. I tried 4 when I was a an intern jury trials. I think you had to try at least 20 in misdemeanor before you went to felony. Then you were in court every day. And I was also lead trial attorney for many years, trying many cases. So.
And how many?
That's how it works, y'all. When I was interning for the Alameda County Public Defender's Office, that's the way it works. You got to win so many misdemeanors before they elevate you to felonies. That's just the way the process works.
100, Senator.
Now, I also want to clarify something. During the course of this hearing, several Democrat senators have referred to you as President Trump's, quote, personal lawyer. Now I don't believe that is an accurate characterization. As I understand it, you represented President Trump as a White House special advisor during his first impeachment trial. Is that correct?
Within Office of White House Counsel, yes, Senator.
And is working within the White House counsel's office different than representing Donald J. Trump individually as his personal lawyer?
Absolutely.
How's it different?
You're working for the government. You're working for the Office of White House Counsel. You're not representing him in his personal capacity.
And so you have not represented him in his business affairs, in his personal life, or in any of the criminal trials he has faced?
No, Senator.
And, you know, when it comes to weaponization, it's worth noting that in more than 2 centuries of our nation's history, no president had previously been indicted. No president had previously been prosecuted until the Biden-Harris White House came along. And in the last 4 years, we've seen Donald Trump indicted and prosecuted not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 separate times.
And 2 assassination attempts, Senator.
I have to say, Javert from Les Mis would be chagrined at the efforts of Democrats to do anything possible to take him down. And I believe the real target in this was not President Trump, but it was the American people, that these prosecutions were brought because partisan prosecutors were terrified that the American people would do exactly what they did in November of 2024 and vote to reelect Donald J. Trump.
By 77.3%. Million Americans, 77.3 million Americans.
Will you commit every day as Attorney General to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, to uphold the rule of law without favor and without regard to the partisan position of any criminal defendant?
Yes, Senator.
That's all we ask.
That's what we should all expect from an Attorney General.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
We'll now recess for 30-minute lunch break. That means we'll be back at 12:25. And when we resume, Senator Booker will be recognized to ask his questions.
Not Booker. All right, y'all. Let's see where Fox goes with this. We know that Rubio was also on Capitol Hill for his confirmation. I don't think there's going to be much at all because he's friends as a fellow senator. He's friends with a lot of these senators. They're not going to come hard at him. Even the Democrats are going to take it easy on Marco Rubio. So we'll see if they cut to that or if they just go and do regular Fox stuff. If they do the Fox stuff, then I will sign off for the lunch hour that they're going to, or half hour that they're going to give Pam Bondi, and I will log back on in just a few. Let's chime back in here and see what they're doing, where they're going to go, and we'll make a decision on the fly.
Been very tight in her answers, and she's kept her demeanor and control even in the face of some pretty insulting questions. There is an otherworldly aspect to this. You have Democrats that supported the weaponization of the legal system against Trump, suddenly saying, in the name of God, tell us you won't be targeting political opponents. And I think that Senator Cruz brought that up, as did some of his colleagues, and said, you seem to be ignoring what we just went through. But in this case, Bondi has made clear that she has no intention of doing that. They pressed her on this enemies list that nobody has seen. What is most interesting is they're sort of turning this into a hearing for Patel. That is, they keep on trying to get her to speak against. Yeah, they keep on trying to get her to to do some work against Patel.
I want to get to something, and perhaps this is kind of touching on what you mean. The back and forth between Democrat Senator Dick Blumenthal and Pam Bondi. Watch this.
I have to say also, really troubled, deeply disturbed by some of your responses and non-responses to the question that you've been asked today. You have to be able to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You dodged that question when you were asked directly by Senator Durbin. You have to be able to say that January 6th insurrectionists who committed violence shouldn't be pardoned.
You said that I have to sit up here and say these things. No, I don't. I sit up here and speak the truth. I'm not going to sit up here and say anything that I need to say to get confirmed by this body. I don't have to say anything. I will answer the questions to the best of my ability.
No flinching there, Carrie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Pam Bondi is knocking it out of the park. And I think a large reason for that is not just because she's handled, as she said, thousands of cases, handled hundreds of jury trials. It's because she was state attorney general in Florida for 8 years. And the reason that's important is because being an attorney general is a unique mixture of law and politics. Now, people don't like that. They think, well, politics shouldn't be involved. Well, that's not reality. When you're an attorney general, yes, you even-handedly and neutrally apply the law, but you are responsible for implementing the president's or the governor's political agenda. And where I saw that really come out was when one of the senators asked her, well, what if career prosecutors, and this is always the question they ask, what if career prosecutors came to you with a case and the White House directed you otherwise? And she gave a standard answer that AGs and deputy AGs and U.S. attorneys give, but she added a caveat, and she said, I will follow the facts and the law, and this is the key, with good faith. The reason she added good faith is because we have seen how the justice system has been manipulated against Donald Trump since he became the nominee in 2016. And unfortunately, we often saw that driven by career officials. There's this silly belief out there that's not founded, again, in reality, that career officials are immune from political persuasion. And that's just not the case. They're human beings like everyone else. And sometimes those politics drive what they do, which is why Pam Bondi said when she is AG, she will look at everything, but she's actually going to apply the law in good faith.
Look, I thought it stood out when, there was a point of question, how many people did you lead? And she said 400. I mean, because we saw Democrats yesterday with Pete Hegseth, they were like head counting to see if you can handle the kind of broadening from a local level to a national level of people that you would oversee. Well, nothing can compete with the national federal government in terms of how many people you'd oversee, but 400 are a lot. Look, we have 6 of these today. 5 simultaneously going on right now, confirmation hearings. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, John Radcliffe, CIA Director, Sean Duffy. I think we're going to take a look at the big wall now, Secretary of Transportation, Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy, and Russell Vought, Director of Office of Management and Budget. So
I did want to see John Radcliffe.
And budget, yes. So this is all going on right now. We're all over them as they happen.
Okay.
And here's what has gone on for Rubio. One of the 6 Trump nominees facing a Senate confirmation hearing today. Let's take a look. We are waiting patiently for that. Okay. He spoke about Ukraine, and I can tell you what he said. What Vladimir Putin has done is unacceptable. There's no doubt about it, but this war has to end, and I think it should be the official policy of the United States that we want to see it end. Now I want to bring in Brent Sadler to the conversation along with Jonathan and Carrie. Brent, what he's saying is that it will take bold diplomacy, and that his hope is that it could begin with some kind of a ceasefire. What's your take?
Well, Happy New Year, Faulkner, and good to be back on your show. I think also in his comments, Senator Rubio's comments, he said you have to deal in reality. There's only so much that you can change on the battlefield given the relative power disposition and sizes of these 2 countries, Ukraine versus Russia. But at the end of the day, it's all about American interests and that those are served and protected going forward. But you got to deal in the real world and you have to deal in reality. And I think making a very clear statement, as President-elect Trump has said, that the goal is to end the fighting and the killing. What happens next? You have to see what Putin does if he takes any initiative to actually try put an end to it, or else we're going to have to start seeing more pressure applied and cost imposed on him. But we have to do it differently and have to be educated with the reality and what our strategic ends are, something that eluded the Biden administration for the last 3 years on this topic.
Britt Sadler, I appreciate you just sliding in on that one point. Now, Marco Rubio and Sean Duffy in particular, John Radcliffe, are not expected to see a lot of pushback. Some tough questions, no doubt, but it's an easier ride that's been projected for some on Trump's list as nominees. So, but we're still watching all of it, and we'll bring you what pops out of all of that today. I want to thank all three. Now, this has been a really compressed moment for all of us because on Capitol Hill, they will resume momentarily. We have been watching very closely the future Attorney General for the United States. She is Pam Bondi and Trump's pick for that. And we have breaking news. So let's get to that. Outnumbered starts now.
This is a Fox News alert as we begin here on the wake of several hearings that have been going on today. Several of President-elect Trump's key cabinet picks are on the Hill this hour, still ongoing, several of these confirmation hearings. We'll bring you the latest on all of them. This includes Secretary of State nominee.
All right, y'all, let me know in the chat. I got to get some coffee. It's only going to take me a second or two. I don't usually rock out with outnumbered because I don't think that their opinions are very valuable. But, you know, they're talking heads and we understand how the news works. If y'all want me to leave this on for a second while I run and grab some coffee, I will do that. But we know that they're taking a lunch break in Pam Bondi's confirmation. So I don't have a problem logging back on and doing something, a new live stream to catch the second half. What do y'all want? Let me know in the chat. If y'all want to rock out for 3 minutes or so while I go and grab a cup of coffee and I'll come and get right back on with y'all. Or if you want me to just disconnect, log back on, set up a new live stream, and we'll catch it after lunch. Bush says, he says, I like Harris Faulkner. Yeah, we can tell, Bush. We can tell. I think everybody in the chat can tell. Honey K says, get your coffee. I'll stay. AJ Drotty says, leave it on. Why not? Susan says, do your thing. We'll follow. Dante says, we rocking. Okay, everybody seems to be here with it. Everybody's here for it. Everybody's live and rocking out. Blue Sky's mom, Kenny Cooper in the building. Thank y'all for chilling. But y'all, it is 9:01 on the West Coast. I've been on here since what? About 6:45 a.m. We've been rocking out. Appreciate each and every one of y'all for chiming in. Some people came in, left out, got to do your thing. I understand. It's a Wednesday morning. Appreciate y'all. TT Mal says, disconnect, take a break. TT Mal, you got overruled. You got outvoted, sis. There's more votes in the chat that said they just gonna rock out. So give me a second, y'all. I will be expedient in getting my coffee and ingesting it and getting right back before you. Appreciate everybody rocking out this morning.
And the taking of those hostages, many from different countries, but certainly America on that list. The hostages are in part of this agreement. Let's go straight away to Trey Yinks, who is live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey?
Yeah, Harris, this is breaking news right now. According to a source familiar with the ongoing talks, a ceasefire deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. I do want to just read to you what this source just sent. Quote, Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal reached following the Qataris meeting with Hamas negotiators for a final push following last-minute additions by the group. There were some reports that indicated Hamas officials were trying to push the Israelis to change their position about a key corridor that sits along the Gaza-Egypt border called the Philadelphia Corridor. Now, I am told that the Qatari prime minister himself was in the negotiating room and pushed these Hamas officials to accept the agreement on the table. What we are looking at here that will be signed tonight, a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas that will implement a pause in fighting between the two sides for 42 days. This is a 6-week agreement that will ultimately see 33 hostages released from Hamas captivity in Gaza. We are told by a number of sources some of those hostages were killed and their bodies will be returned to Israel, but at least 23 of them are believed to be alive. This is critical information for the Israelis. They have been negotiating over the past several weeks, trying to get together the details of such an agreement. Now, they will have to give up a number of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for these hostages that are being held inside Gaza. In a briefing earlier this week, I was told by a senior Israeli government official that hundreds of Palestinian prisoners will be released as part of this agreement that will ultimately be implemented in 3 separate phases. We're also told that if phase 1 moves forward as planned, that by day 16 of the ceasefire agreement, intense discussions about phase 2 will start, at which point they will move forward with implementing phase 2 later on. And then ultimately, if everything goes as planned, Israeli forces would withdraw from the Gaza Strip. All of the hostages and the bodies being held by Hamas would be released. And you would have an end to this more than 15-month conflict that erupted here in the Middle East on October 7th. Harris.
All right, I want to slow us down for a bit. This is in 2 phases. Talk to me specifically about this phase 1, because you can wait 16 days for the other phase. Who even knows if we'll get there? But this is the one that counts because this is all about the hostages. So those details, again, 23 are believed to be alive. Do we know how many are Americans among them?
So we don't know how many of the Israeli Americans are included on that first list, but just to give you a sense of the sourcing in all of this, we've been talking not only with the Israelis, but the Qataris, with Hamas leadership, and also with the incoming Trump administration to get a clear picture of what's happening in these negotiations that just concluded tonight with a resolution to weeks of back and forth conversations. According to many of the officials we've talked with, phase 1 will focus on 33 hostages. A source familiar with the list says that among those people that will be released, the young girls who were the observers in the Israeli army along the border, 5 of them who were taken by Hamas on October 7th into the Gaza Strip, they are expected to be released. Among that list also, any sort of humanitarian hostages. Now, to give you a definition here of what we're being provided with from Israeli officials, humanitarian hostages mean any women, children, or anyone who was injured. Along that list, you'll also see any elderly individuals, people 50 and above. So the people not included in phase 1 will be young male soldiers that were taken on October 7th and any of the male civilians that were taken into the Gaza Strip on that horrendous day. If this moves forward as planned, we are told by officials here in the region that on the very first day of implementation, and this could be as early as this weekend, 3 hostages will be released. They will be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners. There will then be a 6-day waiting period to ensure that this moves forward, and then additional hostages will be released. There is a lot of distrust among both sides of this agreement. It's a very shaky deal, but again, it has moved forward to the point where it appears tonight, according to regional officials, phase 1 will start to be implemented in the days ahead, and as early as this weekend, we will see alive Israeli hostages released from the Gaza Strip. Harris?
Well, look, I was watching last night on social media and, you know, they were playing music in some of the squares around the country of Israel and people praying and hoping that this could be true about the hostages. So I know that that country now sees some hope with regard to this. What I'm questioning is about who they're letting go. Do we know? What is the exchange for these prisoners? And what do they anticipate will be the recidivism of killing among those terrorists, and how soon?
Yeah, Harris, I can tell you that surprisingly, this hostage deal is not popular among all Israelis. Even some of the families of those being held inside Gaza have expressed concern about the agreement on the table. But the Israeli people are in a catch-22. They want their hostages home that were taken more than 15 months ago, but they also don't want to release convicted terrorists. But that's exactly what is going to happen, according to an Israeli government source that I spoke with earlier this week. As part of this entire agreement, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners will be released, among them people who are convicted of murder. And so you have to look back in a short history here for the region. There was a hostage deal where one Israeli soldier was released from Gaza a number of years ago for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. Now, among those prisoners was Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas and one of the masterminds behind the October 7th massacre. And the real concern here is that some of these prisoners could go back to committing acts of terrorism. Harris, I do want to just read to you here as we're speaking. We understand that President-elect Trump has taken to Truth Social, commenting on this news tonight out of the Middle East. He says, quote, "We have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. Thank you." This is really an important part of this entire story, because remember, the president-elect from just in the days after the election was being very, very clear with Hamas that a deal needed to be reached before he was inaugurated to get these hostages home. And just days before the inauguration, that deal was reached in the Middle East, and this process will begin. Harris?
My co-hosts will come in with their own questions. I just want to reset for everyone who may just be tuning in and learning of the agreement between Israel and the savages, the terrorists, Hamas, have now.
I have a question. Do y'all really think Trump was going to smack them? He said if those hostages weren't released by the day he was inaugurated, he said, I ain't waiting. On day one, y'all going to find out. We've seen a lot of wrangling, a lot of things going on in the Middle East leading up to this inauguration. And Trump has released a statement. He said, oh, good. You heard what I said. Okay, I sent my guy down there to negotiate with y'all, but I told you publicly, it's going to rain hell on all of the Middle East if y'all don't get this worked out before I become president. Now, those same tactics didn't work in Ukraine. Russia was like, bruh, Joe Biden has disrespected us way too much. This Biden administration has done too much damage to Russia. We are not going to let this slide. No, it's going to take more than just a little negotiation. But it seems to have worked in the Middle East. Y'all, they're going to let the hostages go after all this time. I'm curious to see how many hostages y'all got. How many hostages are still living? We've seen so many over time. They say, oh, well, this body was found and this body was found and this many bodies of hostages. We got close to them. We were trying to rescue them and they saw us coming and killed them all. Can you imagine being held hostage for over a year? How are you living? What are the conditions? What are you eating? How are you surviving? What is the medical treatment? What is going on in those circumstances? Unimaginable, in my opinion. But Donald Trump said, listen, bro, we know that y'all think this Joe Biden administration is weak. We know you think they soft, but we ain't them. And we coming in with a whole new agenda. And if you don't get this worked out, by the time we get in there, it's going to be a problem for you, your mama, your aunties, them, your allied countries, your everybody. Lord, y'all in the chat giving crock pot recipes. What I miss? Listen, I don't know if y'all follow YouTube chefs, but I got a couple YouTube chefs that be blessing my soul. Y'all, I'm about to make some Cajun green beans tonight. Y'all done got me thrown off. I'm looking at the chat. They like, oven or crock pot? AJ Droddy and TT Mal having a whole conversation. Listen, y'all, I ain't gonna get too throwed off, but it's going down in my kitchen tonight, best believe. Donald Trump says, you better get it figured out. And it seems these latest news reports, y'all, they got it figured out. So good. The United States don't have to get involved with that, whether they were going to be actively involved or whether they were just going to unleash Israel to do what Israel needed to do. Bernie Miranda in the building. Thank you, Bernie. We appreciate you, sis. I'm glad that something was worked out. Felicia Rogan in the chat. Thank you for being here, sis. I'm glad something was done. I'm glad something was handled. I'm sure they still ironing out details, but they've been working on this for some time, y'all. Donald Trump had a press conference in Mar-a-Lago where he spoke on it, and he had his lead negotiator there at Mar-a-Lago, and they were like, "Yeah, we think we're close." And the media started asking questions, and the negotiator was like, "No," they understood exactly what he meant. No, there's no question, there's no ambiguity. No. When he said it, they heard him. Well, okay, cool. We figured y'all was going to work something out. I don't understand why you couldn't work it out before now, other than you thought Joe Biden was weak and feckless and absent-minded. You thought his administration was pushovers. And they were. But I'm glad to see that something is coming to a resolution where we ain't got to go ham. You ain't got to act like a cowboy Yankee off out there in the Middle East. At least you could have an issue where you demonstrate peace through strength. They know that Donald Trump is a strong man. He prides himself in being unpredictable. You got to let him think you're crazy, even if you're not. We ain't seen him do too much crazy. But we've seen him, and those of you who followed him for some time, like I have, you've seen him be Donald Trump, and you've seen how effective it is. Just go read The Art of the Deal. I know people try to trash the book. They try to trash his life. They try to trash his whole experience. Go read The Art of the Deal. Listen, y'all, I try to encourage young people to read because there is so much that we can discover in the written word. And even in times more recently where I haven't been able to just sit down and flip through pages, I always turn on an audiobook. I'm always listening to something that is edifying and educational. Y'all go check it out. You'll find out who Donald Trump is, what he's about. You'll find out why all the blackity blacks loved him once upon a time. Why Donald Trump was beloved in the black community before he ran for president. Then you came to find out that blackity blacks are more allegiant to the Democrat Party than they are to someone who's been a longtime friend. Because some of them think that the Democrat Party has been a longtime friend. Yeah. I think that's a bad way to see things, but some people see it that way. And Donald Trump was pretty surprised when he found that out. Oh, all my little blackity blacks that I've been cool with all this time, that used to come and beg me for money. Al Sharptongue, Jesse Jackson, Oprah Winfrey. All of y'all who used to come to me and pat me on the shoulder and hang out and party with me at the little clubs and the banquets and all the different bougie parties we used to go to. All of y'all gonna turn on me like this? Okay. He had an understanding of how the blackity blacks operate. See, the Democrat Party own all of this. You say, well, how can the Democrats own all of the blackity blacks? We ain't gonna talk about it too much on this live because that ain't what we here for. But when the Democrats understood that the black church controlled the black populace, they said, oh, well, we ain't got to go door to door. We ain't got to go coon to coon, Negro to Negro. All we got to do is own the churches. If we can take control of the black church, well, then we got the black community. The communita. And that's the way it's been. But you got a new man who has a new understanding, even in his old age as he approaches 80. Donald Trump has always been Donald Trump. Go back in history, take a look. You'll see. I call him the poor little rich kid. He is who he's always been. And it works out for such a time as this when America needed a change agent. And I'm so glad, y'all. I was so angry in 2020 when he didn't win because it was so obvious to those of us who see things. It was so obvious that the election was stolen, was taken from him, that he was robbed. It's so easy to see the shenanigans, but I'm glad that he got that 4 years off because it gave him time to sit back and stew in it. to reassess some things, to gain some clarity of vision, to put a new vision together and see how he would approach it. If I get one more shot, this is what I'm going to do better. If I get another chance, this is what I'm going to do differently. Anybody ever had an experience like that where you got smacked down by life and your prayer was, God, give me another chance if I get another shot? Thank you, God, for the smackdown. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you for the understanding. If you give me one more chance, I will do it differently. I will do it better. Because I'm more educated. I got more wisdom. I got more knowledge. I got more understanding of the circumstance. Just give me one more shot. Well, here we are, y'all. Just a few days away. January 20th, Inauguration Day. This man will take the reins of power again. And it seemed like they're going to confirm all of these people he got up for Senate confirmation. Y'all, seems like this man going to walk into office with almost all of his cabinet in place. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a beautiful change where y'all not attacking our children. See, that was the most egregious thing, in my opinion, based on conversations that I've had with many people. I think that was the most egregious thing that they did to offend the American populace. You got a little too comfortable. Yeah, you got a little too prideful. That power went to your head and you started attacking America's children. I think that was the point where Mama Bears and Papa Bears saying, nah, we're going to circle the wagon. We're not going to let you do that. But if you understand politics like I do, you understand that that's not the only front we're facing. Y'all, that border is amazingly detrimental to this country and the people that they have allowed into this country, the people that are now operating within the gates of this country. It is unimaginable. They just found, y'all, they had an HVAC worker in Chicago. I read this story the other day. An HVAC worker in Chicago was doing some work on the heating and air conditioning system and came across a unit that has C4 in it. Not only C4, but many rifles, artillery, bullets, bombs, and firefighter uniforms and police uniforms. Multiple uniforms, all fake badges, the whole situation. Y'all, they are running operations in this country, the likes of which you have not seen before. Look, in Southern California, couple hours out of LA, down in the valley, y'all, in the agricultural territory. Yeah, everybody pays attention to the cities, but what about these rural areas where ain't nobody really paying attention? Chinese man bought an old building, set up a lab, and turned it into a biolab where they were curating biological agents. Oh, you think COVID was bad? Why would a Chinese immigrant buy a building in the middle of nowhere, set up a lab where he's cultivating Ebola amongst other agents? I don't think y'all understand the gravity of the problems that we face in this country. You think, now listen, because people have hit me up over the last couple months, and I appreciate y'all feedback and contacting me and reaching out and sending positive words. And listen, people have said thank you, and I appreciate the thanks. They have said thank you for being a voice. I never would have known this, that, or the third in the political climate had I not heard your voice or listened to your video. You have swayed the election. Well, first of all, my channel ain't big enough to sway an election, but I appreciate the fact that I impacted you individually, and I thank you for reaching out. But it is going to take each and every one of us to be vigilant moving forward. It is not going to be easy, even though I advocated for this administration, even though I thought it was a better option of the two. Y'all, if you think 2025 is going to be easy, just look at these confirmations that we're watching here today. How these Democrats are lining their dominoes up. They getting their ducks in a row. They're getting their sights set, y'all. If you just watch the questions that they're asking, they ain't got nothing on this woman, so they asking you about someone who's going to be your subordinate. And she like, look, go ask him. I'm not going to sit here and speak for him. You got any questions for me? I can answer questions on my background, my qualifications. Well, they not challenging none of that because they know you good, you Gucci. But him over there, oh, he's a bulldog. And we've heard him speak on podcasts, on interviews. We know Kash Patel gonna clean house. And we here for it. But don't you think for 1 second, y'all, that the transition is going to be easy, because it's not. Even with the best people you can put in place, there's going to be so much resistance. Y'all, even in the confirmation hearing on yesterday of Pete Hegseth, did you see the outbursts? Did you see the protesters? Yo, I saw Code Pink stand up, and I said it must have been a couple years ago that I did a video, and I said, yo, I ain't heard from Code Pink in quite some time since Joe Biden been in office. Boy, they've been quiet. You know who else been quiet? Black Lives Matter. You think you're going to hear from some of these entities that you haven't heard from in a while? Absolutely. Somebody is going to put the call out. Somebody is going to unleash the beast. Yeah, it's not just going to be empty fields that burn. It's not just going to be houses that burn. Sometimes it's going to be churches that burn. Sometimes it's going to be businesses that burn, because these people are going to be unleashed. We're Antifa. Ain't heard much from them in the last few years. You think they're not going to resurface? Well, you American citizens, law-abiding citizens, might need to become a Kyle Rittenhouse in your own area, in your own neighborhood. Thank you, Felicia. I appreciate your support. You might need to learn how to protect your family, you and yours. Because when seconds count, police are always minutes away. Now, if you in California, understand they're going to be hours away. A man right here in Oakland got his business broken into. They got a stolen vehicle, took that stolen vehicle, rammed it through the front door of his business just to steal some cigarettes. The man said he called the police and they didn't show up for about 8 hours or so. Boy, that's a whole shift change. Ain't nobody showing up. Is that what we own in America? Well, it's going to take a whole lot of house cleaning to rid us of that infestation, y'all. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be rough. Bush said, you got police in California? I don't believe you. Hey, sometimes, Bush, I don't believe it either. I see some of these stories of incidents from the Bay to LA. Incredible stories, man. Listen, you drive and listen. You can get on this platform on YouTube and look at some videos of Oakland, and you'll see burnt out cars that somebody stole, took to a sideshow, spun it out in the intersection, set it on fire, and they left it there. And the police don't get there for weeks. You wake up in the morning because you're just trying to survive. You're just trying to pay your bills. You're just trying to make it. You're just trying to be an honest citizen. You get up in the morning to go to work, And you got problems getting out your driveway because there's a burned out vehicle in the intersection and you just trying to get to work on time. So you don't have to go upside your boss head because we know y'all work with people y'all hate. You're forced into situations that are untenable. Especially in a city like Oakland. You can't even go and get an In-N-Out burger because they done closed it. They done closed down the profitable In-N-Out burger because every time somebody pulled up, they was getting robbed. They put a police car in the parking lot. Cars still getting busted into, bipped in the parking lot. Yeah, I feel you, Boosh. Sometimes it feel like we ain't got no police. And I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just kind of filibustering a little bit because we see what's going on here on Fox News. I was going to try to go to C-SPAN, but man, C-SPAN is so boring. But at least they just give you what they give you. Ain't no unnecessary commentary. They just give you the feed. Yeah. Bush said In-N-Out got the F out. They sure did. And so did Denny's. And so did Starbucks. And so did Walmart. Listen, bro, you know you down bad when you lose Walmart. Man, Walmart is gone. And let's look, it's not just that. They lost the A's, they lost the Warriors, they lost the Raiders. Now the city trying to sell the Oakland Coliseum just to try to get some money back. Bro, they down bad. He said, oh, there is no KFC in Chicago? What? What? There's no KFC in Chicago? Is that right? Is that where you at, Boosh? Bernie said Walgreens. Bernie, yeah, they ain't got nothing. You listen, you go into Walgreens and CVS in San Francisco, ain't nothing available to you. Everything is behind plexiglass. And they even shut it down after that. It's been that way for a couple years, Bernie, where everything was locked up. You even heard Al Sharpton on MSNBC said they locking up my toothpaste. Yeah, bro, they locking everything up. Now the lockup wasn't good enough. Now they're closing it all down. Because the people so disrespectful, they don't care you got it locked up. Who got the key? Hey, look, I need this open. And when you open it, soon as you open it, I'm going to bust you upside your head and take everything off in that plexiglass. Who the key holder? Then you got an employer who say, don't nobody want to hold the keys no more. Don't nobody want to be responsible for the keys. Well, why? Because it's a threat to your life. Y'all don't pay me enough to risk my life every day. For minimum wage. Now, to their credit, y'all, they done raised minimum wage in California $20 an hour to scoop your French fries and get your order wrong. And you got to go right back around the drive-thru and say, I said no onions, bro. Oh, $20 an hour for that. The kids can't even get jobs no more. Yo, do you understand? Listen. I done had so many jobs in my lifetime. It started out with a paper route. I had to be about 10 years old. All I had was a bike. My mama used to get up early in the morning to help me fold papers. We have black ink in our hands for rolling them papers up. I get out there in the cold, do my route. I got to the point where I got 13 years old and I lied. I lied on a work permit and said I was 14 because you were supposed to be 14. I was 13 and a half. I started my first job at a sandwich shop called Togo's. $3.65 an hour. I came home and was like, Mom, I got a job. She was like, you got a what? I said, yeah, I went and did the interview after school and whoop-de-whoop. I got the job. She was like, you ain't got no job. I know this boy ain't got no job. She got on the phone. You know how them black mamas do. She got on the phone. This boy done said he got a job. I know he ain't got no job. Yes, Mom, I got a job. I did that thing. $3.65 an hour. Y'all, I work fast food. I done work construction. I done work pretty much every job you could think of in every industry. Went all the way from that to working at a public utility, climbing poles, utility poles, way up in the sky. Didn't tell nobody that I wasn't too cool on heights at the time, but it paid so good, y'all. And I was married young and I had a wife and kids at the time, and then babies be hungry at the house. They need to eat. You get your tail up there and you work. That's where the work is, up there. You go get it. Oh, y'all. I be in your son's ear and I get to talking. I say, hey, bro, don't do it like I did it, but let me tell you how I did it. Yeah, that's how this goes. I appreciate y'all rocking out with your boy. I'm still looking down at this screen and it looks like they still talking about Hamas and the Israel deal and, okay, the ceasefire situation. Okay, we ain't gonna have to kill everybody in Hamas. Seem like we're gonna let a couple of them live. I'm filibustering y'all because I know it's some new people in here, some names in here that I haven't seen, and I'm just trying to get you familiar with the situation. But that's what it is, y'all. And here we are in a whole different era, a whole new situation that I couldn't have predicted when I was a youngin'. Y'all didn't pay me $20 an hour to scoop your French fries. I sure did scoop them. Y'all didn't pay me $20 an hour to work fast food. I sure did work it. But at a certain point, I understood this ain't it. See, our kids today can't even work at the fast food because those jobs, because they pay so much in my state, y'all. The kids can't even get the jobs because the adults got them. Those used to be jobs that we love to have after school. You love to go down to the fast food after you get out of class, work a few hours, make a couple coins and go home. Nah, not anymore. They offering $20 an hour. Bro, you got people with college degrees. Listen, y'all, some of y'all don't understand. I can go right down the street to my Starbucks. And since I'm in there so much, y'all, I drink a lot of coffee. You see, I had to take a break to go get my morning started. Everybody in my Starbucks got college degrees. How do I know that? Because I'm always in there. Now, it ain't my fault that you got a college degree in art, in interior design, in fashion design, in dance. And listen, that was your choice. But you got a college degree. You are college educated. Everybody in my Starbucks. And you sitting up competing with folks. I'm not even going to go all the way there. I'm just going to tell you that Donald Trump's administration is expected to fix it to a certain degree. Now, they've been passing laws lately. They're trying to get California Trump-proof. They're trying to set up a special session of the legislature to Trump-proof California. No, seem like these legislators don't want change. And I've been a staffer on Capitol Hill in Capitol Hill, at the state legislature in California, at the state capitol. I've worked for an elected official, an assembly member. I know how that process works. And to see how those folks do things at that capitol, to see how they disregard the people. Y'all think California is so blue? California is rigged. I still can't believe you, Bush. You ain't got no KFC. You ain't got no KFC in Chicago. He said $2,000 a month for a 10-by-8 room with an outlet in downtown San Francisco. No closet, no bathroom, hopefully a window. Yeah. He said no closet. That is a closet. That's a prison cell. And then, Boosh, they want you to make 3 times the money just to live in that little closet. So if they're going to charge you $2,000 a month to live in the closet, you got to bring in $6,000 a month just to qualify. Where you work at? Man, you better get on YouTube. You better get you a side hustle. You better get you a paper route like I used to have when I was 10. Oh, that's right. They don't read papers no more. No, industry gone. Yeah, it's not the latest. It's not the only industry that's going to go away. There are going to be some more industries as AI continues to develop. Y'all gonna find that AI is going to do some things you never expected. And that job you thought was cushy, that job you thought was secure, you're going to find AI doing your job. Then what you going to do? What other skills do you have? What other options do you have? What is your side hustle? I'm just throwing it out there because I need you to have it on your mind. I need somebody to be thinking about it. AJ, I saw that. She said, did you have to get a celly deal? I saw it before you deleted it, AJ. Because wouldn't that be a mess? Wouldn't that be something? If you had an apartment that small and you got to get a roommate just to get off in there. Well, that's amazing. All right, y'all. Let me finish off my coffee before they get back to the situation. They're showing some fire situation now, but they are definitely celebrating in Israel and hopefully in Gaza. I hope somebody in Gaza is happy about it. Release them hostages. Man, don't come off into my country, take my people, and then tell me I got to negotiate to get them back. Boy, you should have burned down all of that Gaza Strip. I don't understand these people negotiating with terrorists. You came into our country, stole our citizens. Y'all gonna hold American citizens and watch America sit up and fumble for 12, 13, 15 months? You just go hold them like that? Americans sit, no. You got the wrong president. No, you at least gonna give them Americans back because we represent America. We're not advocating for these other countries, although we do have alliances. We talking about American citizens that you have taken. We got a problem with America. Maybe you didn't anticipate it, but you accidentally took some Americans. You might want to give them back first. Them should be the first ones you give back. Oh, we should burn it all down. You say, oh, well, there are innocents. I ain't gonna say too much. I'm gonna let Pete Hegseth do the talking on that. How about that? Y'all, let's get back to Fox News and see what they own, because I know that this little lunch break should be coming to an end at some point here shortly. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me, putting it up with me. Somebody who was, I think that was Dante, complained about the ads. Dante, that is YouTube doing their thing. I appreciate you rocking out. I don't control that at all. I don't know what they showing you. I don't even see them when they pop up, bro. But I appreciate you tolerating YouTube and its algorithm. They've been doing us bad lately, but we still here. We rocking out. And that is what keeps this platform free for everyone to enjoy. And I hope y'all enjoying the content. Let's get back to it.
Be able to live in Gaza that is not in a state of war. And then again, it raises that final question. Once this is over, will the Israelis, with the help of the Americans and the incoming Trump administration, be able to come up with a solution that will give Gaza another option? Not the Palestinian Authority necessarily, an organization that traditionally has participated in a number of things like the Pay to Slay campaign, encouraging terrorism and acts of violence against Israelis, but a more moderate Palestinian government. If that is possible, it's an open question, but it is an opportunity for the entire region, the Israelis, the Americans that are watching and helping very closely in these talks to find a solution for the 2 million civilians that are living there.
Trey, we'll be back with you soon for more details, but for now we want to bring in Shahar Azani, New York Israeli consulate spokesperson. Shahar, we've spoken extensively about these hostages. You've held up their pictures. We've spoken as some of them have been released, and you've spoken to the joy of these families as they hug their children once again. As you've said before, it's every parent's nightmare to see their kids in the hands of monsters. Have you heard from any of these families? What are they thinking right now as they wait with bated breath to see the names on the list?
You know, Kaylee, yes, indeed, we've spoken and we're carrying those images. This is Kfir Bibas, who was kidnapped at 9 months old. And at this point, Kaylee, they're all family. We are all one big family. Just this morning, I spoke with some of the families who are hoping to see their loved ones, the elderly ones. And you can only imagine the kind of atrocious treatment and condition that these innocent people snatched from their beds on a Saturday morning have endured at the hands of this terrible barbarian terrorist organization of Hamas. We've seen the testimonies that came out only after 52 days of captivity of the people who were released last year. We have seen testimonies of marking the flesh with hot iron of children. We have seen testimonies of sexual assault. We have seen horrendous testimonies of torture. You can only imagine what these people have gone through. And in exchange, in what is a perfect moral equivalence, Hamas is getting murderers, people who are killers, who killed innocent people. And I think that gives you the entirety of the moral image. And it takes me back to right here in New York, when we are seeing people marching on 6th Avenue and beyond, supporting Hamas, supporting the cruelty and this bloodthirsty terrorist organization. I think right now, all of our eyes and hearts are focused on these families and these hostages, because these innocent people must come back home, and we are all eagerly and tearfully waiting for them to come back.
Jahar, we're looking at the live images on the screen, and I was trying to read some of the signs, and, one sign said, "Bring him home," and had a picture of a young man there. And I'm curious how these families are informed. Do they wait by the phone for a phone call? Are they all gathered in a room? How are these families informed? Do they just see them when they walk off the bus and reunite? When do they find out, and how do they find out?
So first of all, Israel at the end of the day is a small family. But bureaucratically speaking, to your question, there is an IDF officer who is assigned to each of these families. They are continuously keeping in touch with, letting them know what the situation is, whether there is a deal, or even before the deal, whether any new information came out, whether Hamas published any video, whether any new evidence is coming from Gaza as to the conditions of their sons and daughters. So there is a very close-knit team that accompanies the families, and they're all wrapped with our communal hearts. We are all standing with them at any given moment. Every soldier who goes into Gaza with fire in their eyes goes into there to save Kfir and Ariel Bibas and all of the other innocent hostages, men and women and elderly people who are being held by Hamas. So our hearts go out to them at this moment. And like Trey mentioned, we've all been traumatized by what Hamas did on October 7th. And I just want to make it clear that whether we have this deal for 42 days or a temporary cessation of war, as long as Hamas is in power, the war will never end.
Shahar, you were instrumental in Ohad Munder getting his story out, the 9-year-old boy who loved his little Rubik's Cube, and that image of him running to his parents. You can't get it out of your mind. Let's hope that the Bibas family has that same moment in the coming days and before Kafir's birthday this weekend. Thank you so much, Shahar.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
So much gratitude for Mr. Azani there. I mean, when he says, as long as Hamas is in power, the war will never end, that puts things into a different context. The reality of what not just Israel is facing, but all of us, because hate spreads, it's infectious. The incoming president just posted on his Truth Social, this epic ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be returning home to be reunited with their families and loved ones. With this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never, all caps, again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting, again, all caps, peace through strength throughout the region as we build upon the momentum of the ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. This is only the beginning of great things to come in America and indeed the world. We have achieved so much without even being in the White House. Just imagine all the wonderful things that will happen when I return to the White House and my administration is fully confirmed, so they can secure more victories to the United States. Before we go to our next guest,
Won't be
I want
easy.
to ask to hear from potentially the incoming Secretary of State at his very own hearing today, was asked about Gaza and the war there. Let's watch Marco Rubio
All right.
on a potential hostage deal.
Little Marco.
Do you agree that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza absolutely must include the release of those hostages?
Well, it must include it, because if it doesn't, there won't be a ceasefire for long. That is the linchpin of what's happened now. Hamas has been severely degraded, but these people, that include a number of American citizens, need to be home as soon as possible, and that will remain a priority in any engagement that we're involved in with regards to not just a ceasefire, but some permanent peace process moving forward.
Now, we have been reporting that it is not unlikely that Marco Rubio would become the next Secretary of State. He's having a smooth day so far.
Absolutely.
We've been picking up some sound and clips for you and playing those when we can. But he is one of 6 people today who are in confirmation hearings, pulling Trump's vision potentially into place. And you see the imminence with which, particularly those people who will handle our diplomacy and our fighting forces, those people are very important all the time, but particularly now, if part of this deal is going to release hundreds of killers that we know of as terrorists in the Middle East back onto the open market for themselves. I want to bring in a man who
That sounds like a bad deal.
He is the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, David Freeman. And Ambassador, you and I were together the day that Donald Trump in his first term moved the embassy, importantly, from a political location from some in the world to its home city, Jerusalem. As you watch this now, tie it all together for me, the journey that we've taken in the last 466 days since this war began.
Well, Harris, thanks for having me. And what I would say is that when, God willing, that first picture emerges of a hostage being reunited with his or her family, I will be in tears. 10 million Israelis will be in tears, and probably hundreds of millions of other people around the world will be in tears. It's been that traumatic and difficult, and my enduring thanks to my old friend, who I knew could do this, President Trump, for getting this done. It's so important to so many people.
Look, I want to quote a guest that we had on a few moments ago with Kaylee Shaharazani. He said something that made such an impression on me. As long as Hamas is in power, war will never end. So he said whether the ceasefire potentially would last 42 days or whatever it would last, Hamas is going to do what it does until Hamas is no longer.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, because some people, I think, are misinterpreting this as some kind of a capitulation to Hamas or an agreement that Hamas can continue to rule the Gaza Strip. Well, President Trump, first of all, I was hearing his comment just in real time as you put it out. He put the words "never again" in capital letters, that never again will Hamas rule the Gaza Strip, and I think that's important. And you know, when you think about this team that President Trump has assembled, of course, his own words themselves. You heard Mike Waltz earlier today say that Hamas has to be decapitated. You heard your colleague Pete Hegseth testifying yesterday that he supported the killing of every single member of Hamas. You heard future Secretary Marco Rubio saying that there'll never be a ceasefire if Hamas stays in power. You've got Brian Mast, who's the incoming leader of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. When he was asked, where do you stand on Hamas? He said, I stand on their throats. So there is no ambiguity here that there's no future for Hamas. And frankly, I think it's the recognition by Hamas that their days are numbered, you know, that there is no future for them, that caused them to make a deal today that frankly, people had thought they agreed to 7 months ago, but apparently weren't willing to do. So I think this is.
All right, y'all. I was checking a couple other channels to see if anybody had gotten back to the confirmation hearings. It looks like this deal this hostage deal, this ceasefire deal has taken over the headlines on all news channels. So we'll see. I'll try to keep an eye on things and get back to the confirmation hearings when they start broadcasting again. But it looks like this is the top of the news now, and everybody is wanting to opine on the ceasefire in the Middle East.
Would have the sound of that. Let me know to the team when we do. Ambassador Friedman, what are they celebrating?
I mean, this is probably being sold to them as some sort of a victory. And look, it's hard. It's hard for Israelis to watch the people, the Hamas supporters celebrating. But that celebration is going to be short-lived. I mean, right now this is about getting the hostages back, and Israel's paying a high price to get them back. But Israel's not agreeing to end the war. Hamas has no future, and I'm hoping. I'm skeptical, but I'm hoping that maybe some of them are celebrating the possibility that Hamas is coming to an end. That with this, Hamas loses its leverage, and maybe someone can come in and rule the Gaza Strip, which is less malign. But I'm not a very good psychologist into the minds of these people.
Yeah. I was hoping to get some audio, but now we have a little bit more light on the situation. They are on each other's shoulders and looking jubilant. And as you say, wait, we can hear some of it now.
To be real here for a second. I think we've lost the art of reality in some of the foreign policy. These are not outcomes that are rarely are they ideal. Sadly, in many cases, our choices in foreign policy are a choice between a bad outcome and an even worse outcome. And that's been true not in the modern era, but throughout the history of diplomacy and nation-state relations. In the case of conflict,
thank you, Susan. Appreciate the heads up.
Require concessions. I don't think it would be wise nor
thank you, Ms.
appropriate
Jen.
before we're even in office or even at any public forum such as this to discuss the parameters of what the potential concessions can be for either side. Suffice it to say, I do think, to be honest with the committee and the full Senate, if you want to reach agreements to end armed conflict where people are dying on a daily basis and enormous destruction is occurring and a great potential for escalation exists on a daily basis, if we want to be honest about bringing that to an end, true diplomacy will require concessions from every party engaged in those conversations. That's the nature of diplomacy, and it's best conducted directly and in an appropriate forum and not in public. And that can be done, by the way, without abandoning our core principles as a nation or our feelings as a people about what's happened and transpired in that conflict to date.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen. Senator Rubio, good to see you. It was great to sit down with you and talk about some of these important issues yesterday. Let me just say at the outset that I appreciate your response to Senator Booker's question about what's happening in Sudan, specifically as the Biden administration just found that the
I'm glad I
RSF
missed
under
Booker.
Hemedti is engaged in a genocide, and we need to do everything we can to stop what's happening there. You referred obliquely to some of our sort of Gulf partners who have not done what they should be doing. One of them is the UAE, and I've been very clear that the United States should not be providing military assistance to the UAE when the UAE is in turn providing military assistance to a group like the RSF that is committing a genocide in Sudan. And I'm expecting a briefing from the Biden administration by the end of this week as to whether or not their commitments to President Biden to stop doing that have been fulfilled. I want to pick up on a couple of the issues we discussed yesterday. One, as you know, Senator Sullivan and I are the co-chairs of the Bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus. We've passed a number of pieces of legislation through the United States Congress, most recently the Foreign Service Families Act. As you know, and we discussed yesterday, you know the importance of supporting the men and women at the State Department, including the Foreign Service. And I appreciate your willingness to work with us in the caucus to continue to make sure that they have what they need to do their jobs effectively. We also discussed the ongoing war in Ukraine and the importance of supporting the Ukrainian people against Putin's aggression. And I just want to say for the record, I support and endorse everything that Senator Shaheen said on that score, so I don't have to go into great detail. I will say that we know that what happens in Ukraine does not stay in Ukraine. And it's not just me saying that. That is what we've heard repeatedly from leaders in Japan, leaders in South Korea, and other partners of ours in the Indo-Pacific region. So I hope that we will continue to focus on that, because what we do know is that President.
Let me just chime in real quick and say thank you to everyone for being a part of this stream. I know we've been on here for quite some time. I know everyone has things they got to do throughout your day. I just wanted to make myself available, y'all. I've been following this stuff since yesterday and wanted to be available online for anybody who wanted to check it out with me, who wanted to talk about it with me, who wanted to work through some of these issues with me. I appreciate everybody for being a part of this, checking out the stream, hanging out. If you got to dip out, it's okay. We love you. We appreciate you. We thank you for being a part.
The highest end chips to China that can be used in their military. We're going to have to work successfully with our allies to do that, just like the Trump administration back in the day worked on the Huawei issue. So my view is that we need to expand that effort. We also discussed the volatile situation in the Middle East. You know, we often talk about the importance of shifting our focus to China and the Indo-Pacific, but we always seem to get dragged back into conflicts in the Middle East. I want to start with Syria. Good riddance to the murderous Assad regime. Obviously, we have a stake in what comes next in Syria, given the fact that it's a very volatile part of the world. I support the very cautious engagement of the Biden administration with HTS, but we should acknowledge their very poisonous genealogy, beginning with al-Qaeda morphing into al-Nusra. The other issue, of course, in Syria is that when you've got a situation like we see today, there are opportunities for ISIS to get further back on its feet. To provide it more oxygen. And as you know, the tip of the spear in our fight against ISIS has been our Syrian Kurdish partners, the SDF. But at this moment, President Erdogan of Turkey has been backing attacks of the so-called Syrian National Army, which Turkey largely controls, against our partners, the Syrian Kurds, which opens the door to a revival of ISIS. Because of the actions of the United States government, Turkey has so far paused that effort.
I'm sorry, y'all. I was muted. But AJ Girardi brought up something about caucuses and said, can you explain it in layman's terms? I don't even recall talking about caucuses this morning. So that's interesting that you brought that up. But the way I view caucuses is just a bunch of politicians getting together for a common interest, forming a clique, a gang, if you will, for a common interest. So you might have the Freedom Caucus, where they get together and say, okay, these are the principles of our little gang. It's all a power struggle in politics. So they get together and they say, hey, this is what we represent. This is our agenda. We're going to form a caucus, a group, a clique, and we're only going to vote for things that are in line with certain principles. And sometimes they're not even faithful to the principles that they espouse. So it's all just politics. But you got people who will get together like the squad. And they say, oh, well, we're going to represent this particular agenda. We're only going to vote for things that are pushing this agenda forward. We're going to use our influence because we know y'all short on votes and you need our votes to pass something. Well, we're going to have to push something off into that bill in order to get it over the finish line. Caucuses are just power politics. It's not that important when politics is done right, but because Washington has become so shady, so political, so corrupt, it makes politics, it makes caucuses matter in politics more than I believe it should. So if we can get some people involved that are America first, if we can put it that way, then it will lessen the need for people to get together and form cliques and gangs and groups that they call caucuses in order to impose their power and their will on other folks. Look, you got a slight majority in the House. You can't afford to lose votes in the House. So what if someone says, oh, you need my vote? Well, guess what I need in my district? And they click up with somebody else and say, oh, well, guess what he needs in his district? Well, we're going to withhold our votes because we see how much power we have. Well, you can get a different kind of situation in the Senate where they can have a larger majority, say 3 votes or so. Well, we can afford for you to say you don't want it. You're not going to vote for it. Okay. Somebody else don't want it. They're not going to vote for it. Okay. Somebody else can say, we don't want it. I'm not going to vote for it. Okay, well, we can afford to lose 3 of y'all. And we can still get it passed. So you are powerless with your 3-member caucus. But say you got a 5-member caucus and we need a couple of them votes to get our agenda through. Well, then you got a little bit more power. Susan says Ratcliffe is a replay. Not feeling well and able to watch show while arresting. Okay, well, thank you, Susan. Thank you for giving us a heads up on Right Side Broadcasting. We were able to tap into it and get some things. Maybe we'll catch up on the Ratcliffe replay because I definitely wanted to see it. If it's over that fast, maybe he just sailed right on through. But I hope you're feeling better, Susan. Thank you for checking in with us. Thank you for rocking out with us. Thank you for giving us that heads up. We're going to get back to it, y'all. I hope, AJ Drati, that I was able to give you some clarity on that. She said, I just heard it from one of the men speaking. Oh, okay. So we understand where it came from. Yes, we understand caucuses that's part of politics, but it's just a power grab, a power scheme. That's why you see different factions in the House popping up. Like the Squad, like the Freedom Caucus. They all just trying to impose their will in their caucus. They all have an agenda. And most oftentimes, AJ, their agenda is not the American people, which is quite upsetting to me. Let's continue, y'all.
First, let me say that, yeah, the idea would be that there not be conflict and the people could live side by side with one another without being in conflict and the ability to pursue prosperity. Sadly and unfortunately, the conditions for that to exist have not been in place for some substantial period of time. I point to you as an example, back in 2020, the Trump administration offered 58 billion or about 50 billion or 58 billion to 50 billion, 58 to 50 billion dollars in investment to the Palestinians. And that included, I believe, 28 or 29 billion specifically for Gaza, and it was rejected. That offer was made back in January of 2020, and then it pivoted over as a result of that rejection to what we now know as the Abraham Accords. Second, I would say that Israel is a small nation who at its narrowest point is 9 miles wide. It has been historically surrounded by enemies that seek their destruction. Hezbollah to the north, Hamas to the west, Iran further north with nuclear weapons constantly. In fact, I would argue that if Israel had not been firm and strong in its response in this endeavor, most recently, they may very well have faced an existential threat, as they continue to in many ways. Now, here's the good news, and it's not just about the ceasefire today, although that's very important. The good news is that potentially we have had a dynamic shift in the region that has an historic opportunity, if appropriately structured and pursued, that changes the dynamics of what might be possible. And that we've discussed Syria, we've discussed the events in Lebanon quite a bit as well, the degrading of the Iranian capability, which I hope will continue, and hopefully the ability to reach some agreement between Israel to engage mutual security and also economic prosperity. The real open question for the Palestinians is who will govern? Who will govern in Gaza in the short term and who will ultimately govern? Will it be the Palestinian Authority or some other entity? Because it has to be someone. That was the initial goal for Gaza when the Israelis withdrew from there, and they turned it over. And they turned it over with greenhouses, and they turned it over with all kinds of economic development. Hamas won an election. They took over, and they destroyed the place and built tunnels for terrorists to operate from. So the key is not simply governance, it's who will govern. You can't turn it over to people who seek your destruction. And so I do think this is a very complex issue, and I think that's understating it. We all recognize it. But I also believe that we should not underestimate the potential opportunities that now exist. And it'll take some time to fully understand what those are, that perhaps open the door to things that were not open in the future. But from the Israeli perspective, which I fully understand, it begins with their existence. Because you cannot coexist with armed elements at your border who seek your destruction and evisceration as a state. You just can't. No nation on it. We wouldn't tolerate it, and they can't either. And it begins with having that level of security. And if they do, then I think there are opportunities that come about as a result of it. Those opportunities historically have not existed in recent times. Perhaps we're living in an era where that will be, the likelihood of it is higher because of recent events, unexpected events in Syria and Lebanon and other places.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. So I was in Miami or Hialeah on Monday, and when there's a video where you were recognizing Alina Garcia and Dario Fernandez and Tomas Regalado, everybody applauded. They're so excited about your being the Secretary of State. Your homegrown son, and so they're just all excited. The other thing they're excited about is that they have somebody that is going to care about Venezuela and Cuba and Haiti and Nicaragua, all the problems, because you've been so vocal. So I guess, can you just go through sort of one by one and say, I mean, look, we know what are our options? Not that you know exactly what you're going to do, and a lot of these decisions will be made by somebody else anyway. But what are, like right now, look at what's going on in Venezuela. The Biden administration's allowed oil to flow. He stole the election, completely violated what Biden told him he would do. Maria Corina Machado probably was only alive because of your hard work making sure that Donald Trump put a tweet out. You look at Cuba now. They just dropped the state-sponsored terrorism, which makes no sense. We've got people like Jose Daniel Ferrer in prison. Kids as young as 14 in prison for peaceful protests. So, give me some of your ideas of what is possible.
Let's take one, but let's start with Haiti, because in many ways it's globally complex. And I think the chairman sort of alluded to this a moment ago. There's a fundamental problem in Haiti, in that there is no legitimacy of authority. And I say this in recognition of the fact that some of the national police forces in Haiti have been extraordinarily brave. Despite being outgunned and outmanned, these guys and gals have stuck at their post and fought back against armed gangs. You know, when the most powerful person in any nation state is nicknamed barbecue, that is not a good thing. And this guy obviously is not named that for good reasons. He's not a cook. These are bad gang elements that are operating within Haiti and have destabilized not just Haiti, but threatened to destabilize the Dominican Republic, not to mention the migratory pressure that it places on the United States, on the Bahamas, and on other places in the region. There is no easy answer. The Kenyans are there, and I can tell you, I think they deserve a lot of credit for being willing to take on that mission. In recent days, missions from various other countries have arrived, El Salvador being among them, to sort of contribute to that effort. I don't think anyone can tell you they have a master plan for how you fix that overnight. I do think it does begin with stability and security. You've got to establish some baseline security, and it's not going to come from a U.S. military intervention. So to the extent that we can encourage foreign partners, and I would include foreign partners in the Western Hemisphere, who should be contributing to this effort, to provide some level of stability and security in Haiti so that you can explore the opportunities to have a transitional government that has legitimacy, that can ultimately lead to the conduct of elections, and then have governing bodies in that country that can bring about a nation state that can begin to build some of the things you need in order for permanency. But it's going to take a long time. And I say this with sadness in my heart. There have been good times and there have been bad times and worse times in Haiti, but sadly, there's not really been a golden era in Haiti's history. And your heart breaks for these people and for what they've gone through. But you also, as a policymaker in the United States, recognize the implications it's had on our country, not just in the migratory pressures it's placed on us, but as I pointed out earlier, the threat it poses on a daily basis to destabilizing the Dominican Republic. You mentioned Nicaragua. It's a very weird situation, for lack of a better term. The Sandinistas earlier, one of the first things they did in the new year is they kicked out every nun in the country. They've gone to war with the Catholic Church, which was the last institution in the country capable of standing up to them. But now they've begun this process of amending their fake constitution to basically create a family dynasty, so that Ortega and his wife will now be co-presidents. There's no democracy that's been completely wiped out. They have literally put plane loads of
They might as well just confirm this man. Y'all, they not even challenging him. They just letting him talk, letting him ramble, letting him spout off. He is clearly qualified. Little Marco is ready. Y'all, confirm this man and let him rock out.
Too, because the Nicaraguan regime is allowing people to fly into Nicaragua visa-free from anywhere in the world and then transit to the United States. They have become the point of entry for people from all over the world, because you come in without any visa. They charge you $1,000 or whatever the going rate is today. And from there, you get on the migratory route and into the United States. They have been direct contributors to the migratory crisis we face at our southern border. And the third is the Nicaraguans have basically invited the Russians to establish a military naval presence in Nicaragua, in our hemisphere. That poses a threat to our national security. That needs to be addressed. Venezuela, sadly, is not governed by government. It's governed by a narco-trafficking organization that has empowered itself of a nation state. And we have seen, I believe, upwards of 7, 8, 9 million Venezuelans have just left the country. More are expected to leave. I was in strong disagreement with the Biden administration because they got played the way that I knew they would get played. They entered into negotiations with Maduro. He agreed to have elections. The elections were completely fake. They leveraged migration against us to get those concessions, and now they have
All
the
right,
general
y'all, let's get back
licenses
to
for
where we
companies like
were.
Justice Roberts and the majority held the president could commit crimes using the Department of Justice and be immune from prosecution. Justice Sotomayor correctly said this new immunity lies about like a loaded weapon. So the fear and the concern we have is that the incoming president will use that loaded weapon, that immunity, to commit crimes through the Department of Justice. And for that reason, it is all the more important that we have an attorney general who has the independence, the strength, the intestinal fortitude to say no to the president when it is necessary. So my first set of questions has to do whether you have the independence to say no when you must say no. And you can say this is hypothetical, but it is not hypothetical. So let me start with one very specific non-hypothetical. The president has said Jack Smith should go to jail. Will you investigate Jack Smith?
Senator, I haven't seen the file. I haven't seen the investigation. I haven't looked at anything. It would be irresponsible of me to make a commitment regarding anything without, you're a long practicing attorney, without looking at a file.
So you would need a factual predicate to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
Not a summary by you sitting here. Yes, sir.
And not a summary by the president either, right?
Absolutely.
So a summary by the president or his desire to investigate Jack Smith would not be enough for you to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
I will look at the facts and evidence in any case.
And
sounds like the investigation is coming.
Here today.
Senator, 72% of Americans
I only have 7
lost
minutes.
faith in the Department of Justice.
Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual predicate to investigate Jack Smith? Sitting here today, yes or no?
Senator, I will look at the facts and the circumstances.
You can't answer that question. You're not a part of the department yet. There's no worry about divulging
I'm sitting
law
here as a
enforcement
nominee.
sensitive information. So just tell us,
I'm
are you
sitting here as
aware?
a nominee.
Just tell us, are you aware of a factual predicate to investigate Jack Smith? Yes or no?
Senator, what I'm hearing on the news
Are
is
you aware
horrible.
of
Do I know if he committed a crime? I have not.
You seem reluctant to answer a simple question. Let me ask you a different simple question. The president also wants to jail Liz Cheney. Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Senator, that's a hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that
No,
question.
it's not hypothetical. I'm asking you, sitting here today, whether you are aware of a factual predicate to investigate Liz Cheney.
Senator, no one
Based
has
on what
asked
you
me
know.
to investigate Liz Cheney. That is a
Investigate
hypothetical.
Liz Cheney. I'm asking
Publicly,
you.
you are aware of that, aren't
And
you?
investigate Adam
No one has
Schiff.
asked me to investigate.
But the president
Liz.
has
We're
called-
also
the
worried about
president-
Liz Cheney,
the
Senator.
president has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this-
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The
please
crime rate
answer
in
my questions.
California right now
You
is
are
through
aware-
the roof.
Yes,
Ms.
sis,
Bondi,
hit him.
Robberies
Ms.
are
Bondi,
87% higher than the national
question
average.
is this.
Yes.
That's what I
My
want to
question
be
is this.
focused on,
Do
Senator.
you have the
If I'm
power to
confirmed
say
as
no to the
Attorney
president?
General.
And what you're suggesting today by your non-answer is you don't have the independence to say no to the president. So let me ask you a different question. It also requires you, if you're going to be a good attorney general, to be able to tell hard truths to the president. So my questions now are, can you tell hard truths to the president? So let me start with an easy truth that you could speak to the president. Can you tell us, can you tell him that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election? Can you say that? Do you have the independence to say that? Do you have the gravitas, the stature, the intestinal fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election? Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I
No, I'm
won't
just
do it.
asking a simple
I
question.
won't play
If you can
politics
speak truth
with any
to
ongoing
power. So let me ask you
investigation,
another.
like you did leaking your
let me ask
colleague
you,
Devin Nunes's
if,
memo.
if you can't answer the question, let me ask you a different, what should be a simple truth, not a hard one. Was there massive fraud affecting the result of the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question. If you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question about massive fraud.
I can only tell you what I saw in Pennsylvania.
I know you want to answer a different question, but my question is, can you tell us whether there was massive fraud affecting the results of the 2020 election? Yes or no? Was there
I
or
can
was there
tell
not?
you what I saw when I went as an advocate
That's
to
not
the
my question.
campaign.
So you can't answer that question. You can't speak that even easy truth to us, let alone to the president. So let me ask you a different question. It will also be important that you give good advice to the president. Are you prepared to advise the president not to pardon people who beat police officers?
Senator, as I said, the pardons are at the direction of the president. We will look and we will advise. I will look at every case on a
Okay,
case,
so you
let me
look at-
finish, on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, good.
And I abhor violence to police officers.
Follow up with that. So will it be your advice to the president, Mr. President? I know you said you want to issue hundreds of pardons on day one. Will it be your advice to the president? No, Mr. President, I need to go over them on a case-by-case basis. Do not issue blanket pardons. Will that be your advice to the president?
Senator, I have not looked at any of those files. If confirmed, I will look at the files
And
for
will
the
you be able to
pardons, as
do,
well
will
as
you
the
be able to
ongoing
review
investigation.
hundreds of cases on day one?
I will look at every file I am
Of course
asked
you
to
won't.
look
So
at.
will you advise the
Heck,
president?
can I
will
answer
you-
the question?
Well, my question
I
is.
would have plenty of staff. You said, of course you want.
You'll be able to review
Listen, I'm
hundreds
not
of
going to
cases on the first day?
mislead this body nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want to answer that. Let me ask
You were
another question.
censured by
It will
Congress,
also-
Senator, for
it will
comments just
also-
like this that
it
are
will
so
also-
reckless.
Point
it
it
will also
out.
be important for you to be able to preserve the records, the evidence of the department. Are you ready to commit that none of the evidence in the January 6th investigation will be destroyed under your watch?
Senator, I will follow the law. I will consult with ethical officials in the
Do you
department.
see any ethical basis to destroy evidence in the January 6th investigation? Then why can't you answer the question? Why can't you say, I commit to this committee, we will never destroy the evidence in the January 6th investigation? Why can't you give this committee and the American people that assurance?
Are you frightened because evidence was destroyed against President Trump that was false? Is that why you're frightened now? I can't believe this is even.
Why do you have difficulty answering that question?
I can't believe
Why do you
you're
have
asking such a
difficulty?
question.
Why do you have difficulty promising to preserve evidence at the Department of Justice? Why is that a difficult question?
I will follow the law.
It shouldn't be a difficult question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I know that you are pleased that we are moving to the end of round one. And we appreciate your being here. And I appreciate that you told my California colleagues you were willing to work with them, even in light of the manner in which they have approached you. Now, one thing I think we need to have everybody understand that is watching this hearing today and everyone sitting in here, what we have witnessed over the last 4 years with a weaponized DOJ. My colleagues have talked about this, and the American people know this. They know what was carried out against President Trump and his administration. And in November, they voted to see an end to 2 tiers of justice, 2 tiers of treatment, 2 tiers of access, because they have absolutely had it with the lies, with the accusations, and with the attacks that have come against so many people who were just seeking to live their lives. And then all of a sudden found the FBI or another federal agency or the DOJ knocking at their door. You know, Ms. Bondi, it would make you believe that my colleagues have learned nothing from the elections in November. They don't see this as a movie script that someone may have liked to write. What they see is this is real life. And they want a restoration to equal justice, equal access, equal treatment, abiding by the rule of law. Many of us have talked today about making America safe again. And in Tennessee, I hear a good bit about this. And as we've discussed your nomination, one of the things I've mentioned to people is your career as a prosecutor. And you have touched on that some today. And you are bringing that insight of being a prosecutor to bear. And I do appreciate that. Now, one thing that I think is noteworthy, and in preparation for the hearing, I looked some of these numbers up. During President Trump's first term, violent crime in this country actually fell. Yes. It fell by 17%. And in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, it soared by 43%. This is crime that is taking place in all of our communities. We've seen a rise, whether it's California or Tennessee, we have seen a rise. So I want you to talk to Tennesseans, to Californians, to all Americans about what you're going to do to get this crime rate down in this country.
Senator, thank you for that question. And despite the questions from Senator Schiff, I look forward to working with you and the state of California to do everything we can to fight violent crime in California. And you know as well as I, that crime is only going to go through the roof now after these forest fires. You're going to have looting. You're going to have price gouging. You're going to have so many things that I have dealt with in the state of Florida, and I am committed to working with California just as much as I am committed to working with you, Senator Kennedy, in the tragedy that just took place in Louisiana, given all the human beings that were murdered in your state. And we have the Super Bowl coming up in less than 3 weeks now, I believe, Senator. I've been a little busy, but we've got to ensure, if I'm confirmed, that everyone in this country is safe. And I will work with you. I will work with you, Senator. I will work with all of you in this country for everything that Senator Blackburn said. We have got to reduce violent crime, and we have got to restore integrity to our law enforcement officers. Donald Trump, we keep saying he won this election by 77.3 million votes and 312 electoral votes. Look at the map of California, Senator Schiff. It's bright red, the popular vote, for a reason. People want law and order. They want to be safe so they can go to take their children to school, so they can go to church, Senator Hawley. People want safe streets. Of course, we care about our economy and what's happening in this world. But if we're not safe, none of that works. We have got to come together. We have got to work together to make America safe again. And that in turn will make America great again. And I don't know where that phrase has become a bad word, because I think that's a great one. Making America great again.
Let me move on with you to something else that's about law and order, and that is Section 1507. Because making certain that our justices are protected is important. And we also, with our judges, Section 1507 makes illegal any protest outside of a judge's residence if the intent is to influence the judge's decision-making. And we have heard about the protest outside of justices' homes where they were shouting loud and clear things like, and I'm quoting some of that, "If you take away our choices, we will riot," end quote. Another one, "No privacy for us, no peace for you," end quote. In other words, if the justices did not vote to uphold Roe and Casey, the protesters would continue to harass them. Despite this clear violation of the law, Merrick Garland did not bring a single charge, not one single charge under Section 1507. Will you commit to faithfully enforcing Section 1507 as Attorney General?
I will faithfully enforce that law and all laws that I am asked to review. And Senator, I watched that on TV and it horrified me. The protesters outside their houses. You can't do that for a reason, because our justices have to remain safe and unbiased and protected from threats, as do we all. But they do enjoy a special protection. And yes, that should be enforced.
And thank you, Ms. Bondi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll now have our second round that I announced earlier. We'll each have 4 minutes. When we were talking in my office, I brought up the importance of your listening to whistleblowers. And about 30 or 35 investigations I've got underway of the executive branch, and not just because of a Democrat president. Some of them are probably carryovers from Republican presidents. It's very important that the executive branch understand the cooperation that you must have with us to carry out our responsibilities to see that the president faithfully executes the laws. And I think that too often whistleblowers, being patriotic people they are, wanting government to do what government's just supposed to do, and find something wrong, they want to report it, and they want to report it within the agency. They don't come to Congress unless they don't get any help in the executive branch. It seems to me that it's very important that you respect whistleblowers, but I've seen them treated like a skunk at a picnic by the agency they're in. I've seen them ruin themselves professionally. I see themselves. One time FBI agent came to me, was escorted out of headquarters with his gun and badge taken away from him, just because the laboratory there was not using science to make sure that crime was actually committed. So now we have a new $40 million science lab so that people are protected and get their constitutional rights. So will you protect whistleblowers from retaliation and promote a culture? And I think that last thing, promote a culture, is more important, that values the important contribution of whistleblowers.
Yes, and Senator, I think so people fully understand the importance of whistleblowers. They have to be able to tell the truth and come forward without fear of retaliation. And that's the purpose of the whistleblower statute.
And when there's retaliation, the taxpayers' money is paying for that retaliation in most cases. The Biden Justice Department issued guidance telling prosecutors to stop charging mandatory minimums and ignore laws setting penalties on drug type. It also allowed folks to pay civil and criminal fines to politicize non-government organizations instead of the government treasury. I put together a list of their guidance. I find it very concerning and unfair to the taxpaying public, and I'd like to have you review those policies very soon after you're confirmed.
Absolutely, Senator.
In regard to antitrust, enforcing antitrust laws is extremely important to ensure that markets are fair and that consumers are protected. I've been active in making sure that the Justice Department and the FTC carefully scrutinize mergers and that they look out for anti-competitive behavior and predatory practices. I keep a close eye on these issues as they impact my state of Iowa, and particularly agriculture, healthcare, and technology industries. And I'm interested in your commitment to make antitrust enforcement a priority.
Antitrust enforcement was a priority when I was a state AG, and it will be a priority if I am confirmed as Attorney General. And again, I am so proud to have Gail Slater handling that. She is
do you agree that
loved by both sides
okay.
of the aisle.
Oh my God.
Give him a little grace, y'all. He 91 years
Okay.
old. Term limits.
This is the Civil Rights Division in your department, if you're head of it, supposed to enforce laws against race and sex discrimination. But under the Biden administration, the Justice Department has arguably promoted discrimination and turned a blind eye to racist hiring practices. Do you agree that race and sex discrimination by employers is illegal, even if the discrimination is called diversity or equity?
No one should be discriminated against.
Go ahead. I'm done.
You owe me 44 seconds. Ms. Bondi, I'd like to say something, and I hope you agree with it. Violence is never acceptable when it comes to political expression. Period.
I think I said that initially. Yes, I do agree. Of course, I agree.
I abhor that sort of thing happening when it comes to conservative Supreme Court justices, and I abhor it when it comes to Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked in his home.
How about former presidents getting their ears shot off?
Say unequivocally, both are unacceptable. I think you agree, correct?
Horrible.
All right. I guess as I reflect on what you've said today, a couple things surprised me. I did not expect you to be as outspoken as you are about Kash Patel. He's been characterized as a professional career defense attorney and a career prosecutor. That's a pretty amazing achievement in his life. But he also has said and done some things which are impossible to understand and justify. For example, are you familiar with something called the QAnon conspiracy?
How about you ask Kash about Kash?
I've heard of it, but I do not know what it is, but I've heard of it many times, Senator.
So let me tell you what I've learned about it. Its core belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child molesters are embedded within our government and are conspiring against President-elect Trump.
Diddy parties.
They asked Mr. Patel about it, and he said, quote, "I agree with a lot that the movement says." End of quote. Does that sound like a good preparation to run the FBI?
Senator, I don't know anything about, I had heard of QAnon, but I've never heard that definition attached to it at all. You're going to have to ask Mr. Patel about those statements.
We will. And I'll tell you, until we get answers to those questions, I don't know many people on this side of the table will give him an unequivocal endorsement. This and his enemies list.
He doesn't need your
calls his
endorsement.
government gangsters.
That's what a
This is you
majority
expect of
does.
Stasi. This is what
I'm
you
sure
expect of
Democrats
secret
haven't
police.
forgotten
It is not what you expect of
how they
justice in
ruled
America
their
as you
majority with
people
an
described
iron
at the
fist.
table today. So I would say this unequivocal support of Mr. Patel should at least have some reservation until he explains some of these outrageous positions he has taken.
I look forward to hearing his testimony about QAnon in front of this committee.
You will. Let me say another word about January 6th and what happened. We lived through it, many of us. We'll never forget it. To think that the United States of America's Capitol building was desecrated by an insurrectionist mob that came in and did horrible things, particularly to our police force. that keeps you safe as you sit there and keeps us safe every single day. Over 100 of them were attacked by these demonstrators. One, Kenneth Bonowitz, a member of the so-called Proud Boys, another alt-right group, assaulted at least 6 officers, placed one in a chokehold and lifted him up by the neck. Bonowitz injured one officer so severely he had to retire. Kyle Fitzsimmons, convicted for 5 separate assaults against law enforcement, including one that caused a career-ending and life-altering injury to U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
And you
Can
know what? Laken
understand
Riley
why
was
when
murdered
Donald
while
Trump
out
says,
jogging.
"The day I am inaugurated as president, I will issue a blanket pardon to these, quote, political prisoners"? We view this with an outrage on our side. These men and women risk their lives for us every day, and they almost died. Some of them did die in the course of this attack. Why aren't we treating them as such, and why do you have to reserve judgment? Vice President Vance didn't when he was asked this week. He said that pardon should not be extended to those who were guilty of violence against policemen.
Yeah, and Senator, I do not agree with violence against anyone, but especially police officers. And every time I've been walking through these halls, meeting with all of you, the men and women of the Capitol Police Department are incredible. They do a great job. They deserve to be safe. And I do not agree with violence against any police officer.
I would hope.
I never have, Senator.
You weren't able to answer my question affirmatively earlier, but I would hope that if this moves forward in a positive way on your nomination, you will speak up at some point on behalf of these police officers who are keeping you safe today and your family safe. And you.
Okay. Before Senator Graham, I want to enter into the record without objection from the members of this committee, letters from law enforcement groups who support Ms. Bondi's nomination. These groups include the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Sheriff's Association, the National Association of Police Organizations. They praise her, quote, support for law enforcement, crime prevention, and public safety, end of quote, without objection. So ordered. Senator Graham.
Thank you. Well, I've been gone for a while, so they're asking you about Cash Patel. It must be going pretty well.
You didn't miss anything, Senator.
So that's just an observation. So anyway, thanks to my colleagues on the Democratic side. It's been a good hearing. And a couple things. Pardons. If somebody applies for a pardon, you'll give the president legal advice as to whether or not he should grant it. Is that the way the system works?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So rather than prejudging what you would do, you would look at the application and give him your best advice. And you don't like people who beat up cops.
Correct. I hope no one does.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So let's just get back to the process.
I'm not going to speak for the president,
Yeah.
but the president does not like people that abuse police officers either.
Yeah, well, the hope is that through this pardon process, you'll make a rational decision based on the applicant rather than deciding the outcome in a Senate hearing. That's all I'm asking. That's what I would want if I represented somebody. I'd want at least to be heard. Now, Section 230, are you familiar with it?
Yes, Senator.
One thing that unites this committee is protecting children and society at large from social media abuse. We passed online privacy legislation. Senator Durbin's been great to work with. Everybody, Klobuchar, we're all trying to find out how to empower people who may be victims of social media. To empower a parent whose child's been bullied, when you call the social media platform and they blow you off, you go to court and they kick you out of court because of Section 230. Sexual exploitation of children on the internet. We've heard stories that make us just break our hearts. We're united of trying to give people a say. If they take your content down, you're appealing to the people who made the decision to take your content down. So what I want to do, along with Senator Hawley, everybody, is repeal Section 230 or replace it with a system that empowers consumers who may have been hurt. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I would love to look at that with you. I'm not familiar with what you want to do on the issue. I've talked to Senator Klobuchar. I think Senator Durbin and I may have even discussed it. but I'm committed to looking at that with you. There are so many issues online that's one of the things. We have to find things that can bring us together now. And this has to be one of them.
Well, just
Protecting our children.
here's what FBI director said, Ray, where you agree with him not, I agree with this. I see blinking lights everywhere I turn regarding the national security threats. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Senator. I was looking at that, the date of that. That was a year ago. Yes, Senator. I also heard about, I haven't seen it yet, his 60 Minutes interview that was very troubling to me for our country.
Right. We know we found 8 guys from Tajikistan that were released, caught again because they were tied to ISIS. So the point I'm trying to make is January 20th, we own this. I just urge you to the extent you can to urge the president to secure that border. We need money. The idea of moving money around from defense is not going to cut it. We need a lot of money for bed space to finish the wall, do technology, hire ICE agents to accelerate deportation of people who are criminals and gang members. We don't have time to waste. I hope you'll make that an urgency because the threat is real. Are you worried about an attack on our homeland being generated from ISIS or their affiliates, and what should we do about it?
Senator, I don't have a security clearance yet, but only from the public reporting that I've seen, I'm terrified.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to fit in
Good answer.
2 questions in my 4 minutes. Lindsay, stick around because I'm going to say something nice about you.
Thank you, Felicia and Susan. It's okay because I probably didn't need to say publicly what I was saying about White House, but that's all right. We're going to get beyond it. Y'all, I have some work to do this afternoon. I got to get some recorded content up. I got to keep things going. I appreciate each and every one of y'all nerding out with me over this content. It looks like Pam Bondi is smooth sailing. Nobody laid a glove on her. She stood her ground and even clapped back at some of those Democrats who deserved it, especially Adam Schiff. And I may just be biased because I'm in California, but the dude needs a smackdown and he needs to be investigated once she takes office. I hope, I hope that she goes after Adam Schiff for some of his misdeeds and misgivings while he was in the House. And listen, y'all. The only reason he is in the Senate is because California politics is so corrupt. Because everybody's seen his corruption in the House, and yet he was elevated to a senator? That shouldn't make sense to nobody. I hope it don't make sense to Pam Bondi. I hope she gets in office and investigates him. The man deserves to be in prison. Bernie? I hope she goes ham on all of these people. They was trying to name people. Are you going to investigate this person and that person? Well, listen. Joe Biden can give him a pardon if he wants to. He's still got a couple days. I think we will all have our eyebrows raised when we see everyone he pardons in the end. I won't be shocked. I'm expecting it. I'm expecting the worst. Anything less than the worst would surprise me, but I'm prepared for it. Y'all, I have been on this live stream for 4 hours and I didn't expect it, but y'all, anybody who knows me knows that I am not much of a morning person, but I got up early this morning because I wanted to see the confirmation hearing. I wanted to experience it with you. I decided to get on, go live and share it. And I'm glad. Them old mothers in church, y'all would say, I'm happy glad. I'm happy glad that y'all would decide to rock out with me this morning. Some of y'all grabbed a cup of coffee. Some of y'all was driving on the road. Some of y'all commuting. Some of y'all might be in the office. Whatever you had to do today, I appreciate you spending your morning with me. Bernie said, I hope Joe forgets. Well, Joe ain't been president for at least 3 years, in my opinion. I don't think he was ever president. I think they were hiding him during the election. That's why he ran his campaign from the basement. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate your support. They ran his campaign from the basement. He was never capable of being president. And I think his staffers and people around him, Antony Blinken, that's who the real president has been for the last 4 years. And they have done everything but burn this country to the ground. It's been a tough road. It's been a hard experience for people who love this country. But y'all, the pendulum swings, and here we are on the precipice of a new day. We know that some of those Democrat operations have not been put out, much like those fires in Southern California. No, those embers are still burning amongst those Democrats, even though they took a major L. No, they still got something up their sleeve. They still got something they're going to deploy. It might be burning down buildings in your neighborhood. It might be Antifa. It might be Black Lives Matter. It might be Code Pink. We don't know what they're going to come with, but we know they're coming with something. It might be terrorism on American soil. Because we know the only people that would do something like that are people who don't love this country. And we know that them folk, based on their action, they don't love this country at all. Not like you and I. So y'all stay prayerful and do everything you can to be prepared for the unexpected. I thank you all for rocking out with me. I'm going to cut it off here because Pam Bondi is smooth sailing. I have no question. This woman is going to be confirmed easy peasy. Pete Hegseth confirmed easy peasy. Okay, that's 2 for 2. I'm going to have to catch up on the replay for John Ratcliffe, but I don't think they had got anything for John Ratcliffe that's going to throw him off his square. The man is solid reputation, solid track record. Good as gold, in my opinion. Now, I am, based on what I've seen here, y'all, I am looking forward to what might be a fiery and contentious confirmation hearing for Kash Patel. They don't want Kash because they know Kash is going to uncover all the bodies in the FBI. They know he already knows where they're buried, y'all. He already knows where they are. I thank you, Kenny, for rocking out with us. Kenny was on the road, y'all. He said he going to Southern California. Where he said, I think he said he was going from Tucson to Irvine, bro. That's a stretch. But I'm glad that you tuned in and rocked out with us. A supporter of the stream, y'all. He got active in the chat, even as he was behind the wheel. Be safe out there, brother. Those roads can be dangerous, and you're going into dangerous territory going into Southern California at this point. Be careful, be prayerful. We'll be praying for you. Y'all, 4 hours on the stream. It's amazing. Y'all know I don't normally go this long. Y'all pushed me to it. But if you like this kind of content and you appreciate me waking up earlier than I normally would, y'all know I'm not a morning person at all. But I'll do it for y'all. If you like this kind of stuff and you like to nerd out on politics like I do. Many of y'all may not have followed me for some time. You might not know one of my college degrees is in political science. So I really nerd out on this stuff. I've worked in government. I've worked at the state capitol in California. I've worked at the state capitol in Indiana, this governmental thing. And I listen, y'all, I don't like politicians. I have friends who I sat next to in law school that want to be politicians, and I encourage them not to, because I understand what it takes to be successful in politics. I don't want you to become that, because I don't know if I can be your friend after you become that. So I encourage them not to do it, but they call me from time to time, and we have discussions, much like this live stream, 3-4 hours on the phone, just talking about politics. I enjoy it. I like politics, but I don't like politicians because I don't like who they must become to be successful in that arena. I hope somebody can grasp a hold of what I'm trying to say. I appreciate y'all rocking out. This has been a good experience. I've had some coffee this morning, but I ain't had breakfast. And now it's about to be lunchtime. It is 10:53 a.m. out here on the West Coast. Y'all, I appreciate everybody spending some time, everybody in the chat, everybody who's rocked out, all of our sponsors of the stream, all of our mods who have been active. Some have come and gone. Some have hung out to the end. AJ and Bernie and Honey K and who else was it? Who else? Urban Southern Cookie was in the building earlier. Amethyst Angel was in here. Some have come and gone. But I understand, y'all, we got stuff to do. We got lives to live. Any moment, understand this. Any moment of your life that you can spend with me, touching and agreeing on this internet. I appreciate you for it. I need you to know that. I need you to remember that I love y'all and I appreciate y'all, and I will never take your time for granted. Now, this has been a crazy experience for me to have a 4-hour-long live stream. My longest live stream was 9 hours, and I did that on election night when we had over 30,000 people in the chat. It was bonkers. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do a live stream on January 20th for the inauguration, and we're going to get on here as long as we got to be, because there's some things I want to see. I want to see that HBCU march down the street after we advocated for them because they took so much heat in the community after they got invited. Mississippi Valley State. They got invited to the inauguration, the marching band, and the Blackity Blacks came from all over the place, out of nowhere, trying to disparage this school, this marching band, these kids from having an experience of a lifetime. So many people reached out to me and said, I was able to attend an inauguration with my marching band, and I will never forget it. It has been an experience and an honor of a lifetime. Why would the Blackity Blacks come out and try to advocate that these kids not attend? Well, y'all, they put up a GoFundMe. We did a video. A few other YouTubers much bigger than I put out videos on it, and they were able to raise all the funds they needed to pack up all their instruments, all their gear, all their uniforms, get them some hotel rooms and some plane tickets, and get their tail down there to that inauguration. Sorry, y'all, tongue-tied, 4 hours. So we're happy for them. We want to see that. We want to see what Donald Trump has to say to this country. We also want to see who shows up. Y'all, I just saw last night, Barack Obama said, I'm going. Now, ain't that something? After their contentious relationship. Yeah, y'all, being an ex-president is a small club, and you ain't in it. And sometimes they understand, even though they don't agree on politics, they understand what the job entails. Barack Obama said he coming. Now, Big Mike say he ain't coming. You're not going to see Big Mike there. But Barack coming solo. And you notice Barack was solo at the presidential funeral for Jimmy Carter the other day. Y'all, there's been some rumors out on these internet streets that Big Mike is not really feeling Barack like that these days. And I hope that's not the case, because we promote families and family values on this channel. We don't want to see nobody having any cracks and fissures in their relationship. We hope that is certainly not the case. But Barack keeps stepping out solo, girl. Barack is still Barack. Don't you play with it. You keep letting him run around solo. Somebody gonna get the wrong idea. Well, I hope that's why you're not showing up. Maybe somebody already got the wrong idea or the right one, depending on how you look at things. But it don't send the message we like to convey on this channel, that your man is running out there solo. This Barack Obama, this ain't just a regular blackity black, a half a black man. No, he a half a black man who used to be the president. And for those who don't know, for those of you who might be new around here, I am a registered independent. I voted for Barack Obama and I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. Can't get more independent than that, can you? I thank you all for rocking out. I thank you all for spending some time with me, whether you were here for an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours as it has lasted. I appreciate everybody for your support of this channel. We're doing some different things, y'all. Please bear with us. We doing some experimentation, trying to figure out what's going on with this algorithm and why they crushing us so bad as of late. So we're going to try some different things. And I might come back on this evening, depending on what's going on in the news cycle. Thank you, Susan Harris. She says, I'll be watching. Look, we're going to rock out on Inauguration Day. We're going to be here for the ceremony. We're going to be here for the parade. We're just going to have a blast. And anybody who can spend some time with us, we certainly appreciate your company. We certainly appreciate your support. Thank you, Bernie. We appreciate y'all rocking out with us. And it's always a good time. Do us a favor, because we are fighting with them folks' algorithm. So when you come on, don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to share the video, whether it's a recorded video or live. Share it, spread it around. Tell everybody you know that there's something going on over here. We represent Christ. We represent faith. We represent family. We represent America. Some other stuff we represent that's not so important, but it will help us be better as we move forward as a country, as a culture. We'll throw those things in as we go. If y'all follow along, you're going to hear a whole lot about education. You're going to hear a whole lot about family values. You're going to hear a whole lot about where your daddy at. Let's go find him together and get him back on his square, because he should have been there. Listen, y'all, I didn't even mention it. My book releases next month, and I ain't even finished editing. So I got to get on my square and make sure my editing is complete. 5 things your absent father should have told you. Hope it helps somebody. Hope it heals somebody. Hope it moves someone closer to Christ by giving them some self-awareness and understanding that, number one, it wasn't their fault. Yeah, 5 things. Number 1 is it wasn't your fault. We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. I got some editing to do and some finishing up to do and some printing to do so that we can get that joint ready to ship next month. Appreciate each and every one of y'all rocking out with your boy. I love you. I appreciate you. I thank you. And I'll see you on the next one.